marathon. Regular meeting number 31 will now come to order, and we now have the playing of the national anthem. Councilmember Favor, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. This evening, we are appreciative to have Pastor Colin Jones, the co-pastor of Advent United Church of Christ, to pray with us.
Thank you very much, Councilman Harding. Let us pray. Eternal Spirit, we are grateful for yet another opportunity to gather together as one, oh God, one community, brothers and sisters sharing with one another. Heavenly Father, this community has gone through a lot and we will continue to struggle together, but the key word is that we struggle together to improve the quality of life for people. We ask, oh God, that you will continue to bestow a blessing upon our leaders, upon our mayor, upon our council members, and all the other leaders within our community as we seek to move forward together. We love you and we bless you, and we need you so much more than we can ever articulate. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. Good to see you as well.
All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This week's communications received by the city's clerk's office are listed on the agenda and will be published in the city bulletin. Are there any other communications to be read into the record?
No, at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This evening, as this is our last meeting before legislative break, we've asked the Mayor Ginther to stop in and to share a few remarks before we take this pause. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend and the leader of our city, Mayor Ginther.
Thank you, President Harden. Good evening to each of you, to council members Elizabeth Brown, Mitch Brown, Rob Dorans, Shayla Favor, Emmanuel Remy, and Priscilla Tyson, and to all the residents that are joining us virtually this evening. The last council meeting before the August recess is always jam-packed, and this year is no different. But as our city presses forward in the midst of a global pandemic while also confronting decades of disparity, inequity, and racial injustice, some of the legislation you'll consider this evening carries that much more weight. I want to thank you for your partnership and your tireless work to address the most pressing needs in our community. Our residents are struggling with employment, rent, utilities, and childcare. Many pieces of legislation brought before you tonight start to address some of those concerns and most urgent needs, while also calling for restrictions to help us slow the spread of COVID-19. Our residents are also demanding action to address police brutality and to hold our officers accountable. Columbus is the only major city in America without civilian oversight of police. Let me repeat that. Columbus is the only major city in America without civilian oversight of police. The Columbus Community Safety Advisory Commission recommended a civilian review board when it delivered its report in January. And in recent weeks, we have heard residents from all corners of our community, business, community leaders, faith leaders, residents, say they want police reform, including more accountability. Tonight, with your consideration and your vote to give Columbus voters the opportunity to amend the city's constitution, our charter, to establish a civilian police review board and create an inspector general for the Columbus Division of Police to conduct independent investigations into police misconduct. Your vote this evening means the charter amendment goes on the ballot in November, so the people of Columbus can use their voices in these reforms. The charter amendment serves as a starting point for the work group we recently seated to establish a civilian review board that works for Columbus by the end of the year. And by making it part of the charter of the city, no mayor or council can diminish the powers of the review board without going back to the people of Columbus. Some of the changes proposed in the charter amendment could be legally implemented without having to negotiate with the FOP. But some of the most important powers granted through the passage of the charter amendment, including the independent investigatory body or inspector general, would be subject to negotiation. Passage of the charter amendment will demonstrate clear public support for police reform from the people of Columbus. Quite honestly, then the FOP can decide on which side they stand, with the people or against them. City Council President Hardin and all members, you've worked diligently for this community in the face of unprecedented disruption during this global pandemic and the economic and human service crisis that we face today. In the midst of some of the greatest civil unrest and discussions about reform, oversight, and accountability in 50 years in our community and our country. And I commend you for your dedication to this work and the reforms you also will be considering tonight the council has been working on for several weeks. I ask you tonight to place this charter amendment on the November ballot as a solid step forward toward making Columbus the best city it can be, where every person in every neighborhood, regardless of the color of their skin, can feel safe and protected. Thank you, President Hardin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate the partnership. Are there any resolutions from members of this body? I'm going to go around the virtual dais, starting with President Pro Tem Brown.
None from me. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Councilmember Mitch Brown.
Nothing this evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Dorans.
Thank you, President Hardin. Just one quick announcement. Tonight, ordinance number 1802-2020 to create Chapter 377 of the Columbus Code, wage theft prevention and enforcement within the City Code, and to amend various other chapters of the City Code, is appearing in the first reading portion of our agenda tonight. We will not be voting on this ordinance, as I want to make sure everyone is aware that we will be holding a public hearing on this ordinance over the council recess on Wednesday, August 19th, virtually at 5:30 p.m. It's my hope to use that hearing to educate the public about wage theft and how this ordinance will address this problem, and looking forward to hearing from both workers and the business community about this vital issue. Based on what we learned at this hearing, we may make modifications to that ordinance before we bring it back to council when we return in September. So just want to announce that hearing in August. So thank you, President Harden. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Favor.
None at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Remy.
Not at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tyson.
Yes, I have one ordinance this evening. Thank you. I have ordinance number 115X-2020, and this is also co-sponsored by Councilmember Favor. It is to express support for the Crown Act, creating a respectful and open world for natural hair and to recognize the impact of racism as a public health crisis and implicit bias in the city of Columbus. Whereas the United States has a history that is filled with laws and societal norms that have equated Blackness to a badge of inferiority and thus have subjected people of color and people with certain features and others to separate and unequal treatment. These physical traits include skin color, your hair, whether it's kinky or curly, and non-Eurocentric hairstyles. And whereas, sadly, these laws and societal norms have also come to embody society's very definition of professionalism. Professionalism remains linked to European features, mannerisms, and customs, and those which do not naturally fall into Eurocentric norms find themselves forced to alter their appearance in drastic and permanent ways which erase their very cultural identity, all in an effort to be accepted and respected as a professional and ignoring the impact and the struggle within themselves to find balance in their social, emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical health. And whereas implicit bias remain a part of the American culture, despite the efforts that have been made to create an accepting environment and laws that embrace diversity and inclusion in all the quest to reverse a racist ideology that Black traits are inferior. However, Black hair remains a rampant source of racial discrimination with serious impact and health consequences, especially for Black Americans. Whereas studies have shown that Black women are 1.5 times more likely to be sent home from the workplace because of their hair, and that a Black woman is 80% more likely to change her natural hair to meet social norms or expectations at work. Whereas the official campaign of the Crown Act, led by the Crown Coalition, was founded by Dove, the National Urban League, the Color of Change, and the Western Center of Law and Poverty in 2019. Whereas this campaign was created to ensure protection against discrimination based on race-based hairstyles by extending statutory protections to hair texture and protective styles for men, women, and gender association, which include braids, locks, twists, knots in the workplace and in public schools. And whereas workplace dress codes and grooming policies which prohibit natural hair, including afros, braids, twists, and locks, have a desperate impact on Black individuals, as these policies are more likely to deter Black applicants and burden or punish Black employees more than any other group. Whereas many states do not have laws that afford protection to Black Americans for race-based hair discrimination, even if the hairstyles are inherent to one's own racial identity. This means that for many Black women, opportunities can be denied for employment or professional advancement without a consequence. This also means that Black boys and girls can be denied entry into schools, educational opportunities, and other benefits due to their hair. Whereas council would like to recognize and express its appreciation to countless people and organizations who advocate and champion natural hair and natural hairstyles, despite the societal norms and expectations. And this includes local examples such as Ms. Karen Hill, who serves as the CEO and president of Synergy Salon and the Columbus chapter of the Links Incorporated, who are a part of an international organization of women committed to leadership, friendship, and service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this council of the city of Columbus, that this council does hereby express support for the Crown Act, creating respectful and an open world for natural hair and recognizing the impact of racism and implicit bias in the city of Columbus. And before I move for adoption, I'm going to ask Councilmember Shayla Favor to add any comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. I am so proud to co-sponsor this resolution alongside you. I am appreciative of all your work and leadership around these issues that are deeply impactful for people of color, especially African-American men and women in our community. Over the years, there have been numerous stories of men and women of color being barred from participating in sports, graduation ceremonies, and other activities because of the style of their natural hair. In Texas, DeAndre Arnold was told he wouldn't be able to walk in his high school graduation unless he cut his long dreadlocks that he wore as an expression of his Trinidadian heritage. Many people also might remember the viral video of Andrew Johnson, a high school wrestler in New Jersey who tearfully cut his locks that were in violation of the rules in order to compete in a match. Third grader Vanessa Van Dyke was constantly teased for her puffy hair. School administrators suggested to her mother that she cut or straighten her hair in order to stop the bullying. These issues do not stop in the professional world. Corporate work cultures often prevent Black women from expressing their culture and personalities through their hair. Braids, locks, and afros are often frowned upon by coworkers and leadership. Anecdotally, I know of many Black women, including myself, who has or who currently change their hairstyles in order to fit in for an interview or even to new corporate work cultures. Hair discrimination is an attack on culture, and preventing students and professionals from participating in the school and work environment because of the style of their hair is racism in action. If we want to seriously embrace diversity and inclusion, we must dismantle myths about professional hair and acceptable standards. I'm proud to join cities and states across the nation who are taking up this measure. Thank you, Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you, Chairwoman Favor. And I look forward to working with you and we get back from the break to make a charter change for the city of Columbus. And so I would also like, before we move for adoption, I know Mrs. Karen Hill is should be on WebEx and would love to have her comments. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, Ms. Priscilla. Thank you so much can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing for us, because we're working very hard on our end to help women accept themselves for who they are. Nobody knows the hard work that that we do as stylists to help Black women to love their own hair the way it grows out of their hair. We have to work really hard to not only get them to accept themselves, but to get the world to accept their hair the way it grows out of their hair. So thank you so much for putting it on a bigger stage so that we can help Black women more.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Hill. And I certainly just know that for years you have your own product line. You have been focusing on women and their natural hair for years, and just appreciate the work that you've been doing in our community to make sure that Black women and girls and boys can certainly be able to wear their hair naturally and have healthy hair. So thank you for your leadership. And you will be receiving this resolution in the mail. And I also now want to move for passage. Adoption, I'm sorry, move for adoption.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
It is adopted.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us, Ms. Hill. I also just want to make an announcement. On Thursday at 10:30, we will be presenting the report on the Commission on Black Girls. The commission has worked on it for 2 years, and Thursday at 10:30, we will present the report to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. We are, just very appreciative of the work that you've done with the Black Girls Commission, and we eagerly look forward to the report, but then all the hard work that comes after it to make it real. So thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you.
As I have at every meeting, I'd like to provide a quick update regarding COVID-19 and the deaths in our city. As of today, July 27th, there have been 388 deaths in Columbus. That is 15 more since our last meeting last week. And I hope we can all keep that in mind as we have conversations that are certainly pertinent to this evening. But before we move into our official portion of the agenda, I'd also like to acknowledge Congressman John Lewis. We did so last week, but today his colleagues have paused to honor him in the nation's capital. He was an American hero, a trailblazer who did and should continue to inspire us all. He told us to continue the good fight and to find good trouble. I hope that all of us will take that to heart and find some good trouble. I hope that all of us will lean in to and take to heart everything that John Lewis taught us as we heading towards the fall, where the right to vote that Congressman Lewis fought so hard for is now more precarious than ever. So with that, thank you, Congressman Lewis, on behalf of this council, this body, but also a grateful city and community. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family. Before we get into the meat of this council, I want to start off by saying thank you. I want to thank our clerk's office, our Madam Clerk, for all the work to get to this meeting. This meeting is not an easy meeting together. There are a million pieces that come together, and they come together usually at the last minute. So thank you, Madam Clerk and her team. To the Legislative Research Office, thank you for your support of all of us as we've gotten through. To our communications team and our outreach team for supporting the work that we've done over the last 5 weeks, and certainly to my colleagues, my council members and their staff, all who worked very, very hard to get us the legislation that we'll all be voting on this evening. Very, very grateful for everyone's work. Are there any comments by our elected officials or members of the administration? I see our city auditor is with us this evening.
No,
Yes.
sir. Thank you.
Well, welcome, Madam Auditor. Our city attorney, I think, is by our chief counsel. Is represented.
Nothing, Council. Nothing,
Thank
Council
you. And
President
then I
Harden.
see Ms. Talia with our, thank you, with the Ms. Clee's office. Thank you.
Nothing today. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are there any requests by members of council for the removal of ordinance or resolution from the consent portion of the agenda? Seeing none, may we now have a motion to waive reading of the titles of 30-day legislation by the city clerk?
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you. Will the clerk now read into the record the ordinance numbers of 30-day legislation on tonight's agenda for first reading?
Finance Committee, Ordinance 1738-2020. Education Committee, Ordinance 902-2020. Public Utilities Committee, Resolution 108X-2020. Technology Committee, Ordinances 1706 and 1779-2020. Rules and Reference Committee, Ordinances 1802, 1500, and 1829-2020.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one speaker on the first readings portion of the agenda. Zach Usmani is, I think, with us via WebEx. Is Zach with us?
Yes, hello.
Zach, welcome to council. Zach is speaking on ordinance 1802-2020. Just a reminder, if you would state your name and if you're representing an organization, and that you have 3 minutes. Welcome to council, Mr. Usmani.
Thank you. Good evening, council. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to speak. I am here today representing People's Budget Columbus, an organization that's advocating for defunding the Columbus Police and engaging with the community to determine how to best reallocate that money. Policy Matters Ohio estimates that Ohioans lose $608 million annually to wage theft, and workers who identify as Black, Latinx, and/or women are disproportionately impacted. People's Budget Columbus supports this ordinance to create the Wage Theft Prevention and Enforcement Commission and update city code to ensure that all employers with whom the city contracts and who do business within the city classify and pay their employees correctly and fairly. We appreciate that the legislation protects victims of wage theft from retaliation. As written, the legislation requires the commission to create rules protecting victims of wage theft and payroll fraud from retaliation or adverse action resulting from reports made pursuant to or required under this chapter. However, we do not believe that that goes far enough. Would a worker be protected from retaliation if they made a complaint in good faith, but the commission did not find enough evidence to substantiate it? People's Budget Columbus would also like council to include a provision in the legislation that specifically protects undocumented workers who make reports of wage theft, and to the extent permitted under state law, protect the identities of workers who make complaints. Once established, we would like the city to focus its efforts to raise awareness about the Wage Enforcement Commission on communities most at risk, including immigrant communities. Thank you again for taking this important step to ensure Columbus's workers receive all of the pay due to them. We applaud Council Members Dorans and Hardin on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Usmani. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Usmani in the 1802 piece of legislation? Seeing none, I think the Councilmember Doran said there are going to be a hearing coming up this month, and so we really welcome the feedback and the engagement on that. The following ordinance appear on our agenda as consent actions. Will the clerk now read those ordinance numbers into the record?
Resolution of expression 114X and 111X-2020. Finance Committee, ordinances 1548, 1607, 1634, 1723, 1761, 1775, and 1809-2020. Recreation and Parks Committee, ordinances 272, 1319, 1602-2020. Public Safety Committee, ordinances 1700, 1702, 1720, and 1786-2020. Public Utilities Committee, ordinances 1309, 1495, 1501, 1502, 1503, 1511, 1534, 1574, and 1729-2020. Technology Committee, ordinances 1677, 1751, 1768, 1798-2020. Public Service and Transportation Committee, Resolution 109X-2020, ordinances 1450, 1681, 1686, 1692, 1698, 1705, 1708, 1716, 1721, 1724, 1727, 1728, 1747, and 1748-2020. Criminal Justice and Judiciary Committee, ordinance 1739-2020. Economic Development Committee, ordinances 1664, 1719, 1725, 1744-2020. Administration Committee, ordinances 1740 and 1774-2020. Health and Human Services Committee, ordinances 621, 1640, 1671, 1683, 1684, 1733, 1734, 1735, 1736, 1741, 1745, 1785, 1794, 1811-2020. Appointments from the Mayor's Office numbered A0082, 83, 84, and 85-2020.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have two speakers on the consent portion of the agenda. First, I'm going to ask for Mr. Usmani to join us again via WebEx, speaking in opposition of Ordinance 1739. Mr. Usmani, are you back with us?
I am. Thank you again for having me on the show. Good evening again. So again, I'm here representing People's Budget Columbus and want to talk briefly about the eviction crisis. As you know, we are facing an eviction crisis that is impacting the entire community and most severely impacting the Black community. According to the Affordable Housing Alliance of Central Ohio's June report, the most recent monthly report available, 42% of Black respondents surveyed had little or no confidence in their ability to pay their rent, compared to 19% of white respondents. Both of those numbers are far too high. At the time of the report in June, over 1,900 evictions had been filed since the start of the public health emergency, and as of Friday, an additional 575 evictions have been filed in July alone. This obviously creates a backlog in the municipal court, which council is trying to alleviate with this ordinance. However, rent relief and tenant advocacy would be far better ways to spend $442,000 and slow the influx of new eviction cases to the municipal court. We appreciate the significant amount of money council has already committed to direct rent relief and to hiring more attorneys at legal aid. And we appreciate that you are soon, hopefully, going to commit another $7.5 million to rent relief. We also know that it's unfortunately not enough. Evictions are bad for families and bad for property managers. Slow the eviction process down to keep families housed and instead spend this money supporting families so we don't have a continuous backlog of evictions. We ask that you remove this item from the consent agenda and that you each vote no so that you can reallocate this funding to families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Usmani. Next, we're going to be joined by Ms. Bailey via WebEx, who's going to speak on ordinance 1720. Is Ms. Bailey with us?
Council President Harden,
Yes.
if I may, I'm wondering if I could respond to Mr. Zumani.
Please, I apologize. I couldn't see you on the screen.
No problem. Mr. Zumani, thank you for taking time to participate in tonight's council meeting. Along with yourself and other advocates in the community, my office has received several emails in regards to this specific legislation. So I wanted to take the opportunity just to provide some additional information. This ordinance is not intended in any way to streamline evictions, although I do understand the concern expressed by some of our residents. This ordinance allows the Franklin County Municipal Court to continue an off-site location at the convention center that it's been operating at since June in order to provide for better social distancing in the high volume docket, which includes eviction and traffic arraignment. Unfortunately, the way that our courthouse is set up right now, the Franklin County Municipal Courthouse, it just is not conducive to social distancing and keeping people safe. The fact is, whether we're supportive or not, evictions for non-payment of rent and for other reasons are happening. And the federal moratorium, which prevented evictions from being filed against any tenant who resides in a property that receives federal funding, just recently expired this past Friday. I have been proactively working towards reducing the number of evictions, especially during the pandemic, and will continue to advocate for additional assistance at the federal and state level. In a little while, we will have another ordinance that Mr. Zumani just spoke about that will speak to our efforts to continue to prevent evictions through the expansion of our tenant-based rental assistance program. I also want to let residents know that there are services readily available at the convention center from partners that include CMHA, legal aid, community mediation services, as well as the Court Self-Help Center, all helping residents access services to remain in their house. Again, we will talk about this a little bit more later, but those needing some assistance with housing, please feel free to contact my office so that you can be directed to the appropriate resource in a timely fashion. Thank you, Council President Harden.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for that information as well. Is Ms. Bailey with us via WebEx, speaking on ordinance 1720?
I'm sorry, I do not have Ms. Bailey on WebEx.
You do not have Ms. Bailey on WebEx. All right. Seeing no further questions or comments on the consent portion of the agenda, may I have a motion for approval of these items?
Council member, my apologies, Ms. Bailey is on. Did you want to?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I would like to take Ms. Bailey. Ms. Bailey, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ms. Bailey? Can you hear me? I can now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can?
Yes, ma'am. So welcome to council, and you have 3 minutes to speak. And if you just say your name and if you represent an organization, and then the floor is yours.
Okay, let me make sure I can, because you sound both. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Pastor Marcella Bailey, and I want to thank everyone on this panel and this committee for allowing me my 3 minutes. I have some concern concerning the FOP, and also I'd like to just give this a
a small introduction of what I like to say concerning on the FOP and the review board that you all are, maybe we'll talk about or we'll talk about, but I just want to let my voice be heard today. So just let me get my little pad out. Okay. I have two sons. One was shot and killed by Columbus police. My other son is a state trooper. I know you are going in the right direction and will make the right decisions to vote that in. However, I am concerned the Citizens Advisory Board will not pass. If Columbus is to vote on it in the last election, if they would vote on it in the last election, only 23% voted. I was downtown and witnessed the young people unconcerned with voting, no matter how best efforts. A lot of people believe that their votes do not matter and moral is down. I hope you make the right decision and take quick action and push this through as an emergency chapter. We know now, and it's been presented, that Phoenix passed overnight. Brian Coral, who is your specialist on this matter, lives in Massachusetts, and he can attest that a pass overnight there as well. The time to make change is now. It's time to move. The nation is in a state of emergency. We're in unrest. And if you are behind us, and if you're behind us and appear to be, you would find a way, even tonight, to fight us harder and present change and vote for change for the FOP. The people who hold no position, and even as those who, as yourself, the governor and yourself have stated that you have heard the people speak. So if you've heard us, then there's no need to wait. I'd like to also add that there is not a night go by that I'm on the scales of both sides. I'm on the scale of my son, Kareem Ali Nadir Jones, who was brutally shot by the police and who wasn't posing a threat, who was backing away, had his hands up, and turned and took a turn to run and was shot. He was shot in the face. Thank you.
No, you can continue, Ms. Bailey. You can finish your statement.
Okay, and so I also have a son who I pray every night, who's on that side, who's on the other side of the scale of the law enforcement, who's very young and who has motivation and inspiration to make a difference. He chose to be in law enforcement so he could make a difference. His life is always on the line as well. And my cry for both sides of my son is that there be reform, transformation, and that my son that lost his life in the law enforcement, blood will not be, hallelujah, wasted, and that his blood will count, and that my son who's still alive, whose blood is still running in his veins, will also be, protected. And I'm a firm believer, and I am also a believer in the Word of God as well, that there is no law except it come from above. I believe in the law. I believe that the law is for the lawless, but I don't think the law has the right or the place to kill innocent or to kill those they don't perhaps the proper training. Some of these officers, I know for Columbus don't have proper training. They don't have mental training. They're just without training, period. They need more training. We need reform. And I hope the people of this panel will take in deep consideration that a lot of people do not vote, and they will not vote. I'm a voter. I vote in every circumstance that I can. At the same time, I'm looking for, I've done all I know how to do. I have gotten in touch with the governor, the mayor, Chief Burgess. I've done everything that I know how to do as a wounded mother, through 6 long months, and he had very thorough, intense training. He's had training in the law books. He had training in the physical, in working out and the gun range, and also knowing the laws and knowing what it takes to make those kind of stops and what precautions to take. So I know for a fact that Columbus can be de-escalated. Columbus can have change. And I like to say this, and I'll close out. The Heartbeat movement, on the basis of my son, Kareem Ali Nadir Jones, his legacy, that there will be change, there will be accountability, transparency, justice, and to end qualified immunity. Without that, we believe my sister Cynthia Brown, who had a passion to step up and push policy. Policies is the only answer and the only way to our solution is to push policy. Without policy, there won't be no change.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey. Thank you so much for being with us tonight and for your advocacy. Certainly, our thoughts and prayers are with your family for both of your sons. That one may rest well and the other may be protected in his line of service. Are there any other questions or comments for Ms. Bailey? Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey, for joining us this evening. May I have a motion for the approval of these items designated as consent actions?
So moved.
Is there a second? Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Consent portion of the agenda is passed. We will now proceed with the second reading of 30-day tabled and emergency legislation. The first committee to come before council is the Finance Committee. The committee is chaired by Council President Pro Tem Elizabeth Brown. President Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Harden. And I didn't speak up quickly enough a moment ago. Ms. Bailey, if you're still on, just as a mother as well, I'm so very sorry for your loss. And I know it's hard to use your voice after trauma. So we always appreciate when residents engage and use their voices, but I deeply appreciate that you have the courage to engage and speak up. Tonight in Finance Committee, we have Ordinance 1753-2020 to consent to the issuance of tax and lease revenue anticipation refunding bonds by the Franklin County Convention Facilities Authority and to declare an emergency. The city has a lease agreement with the Franklin County Convention Facility Authority for the Greater Columbus Convention Center. The Convention Center was financed in part with the proceeds of bonds issued by the FCCFA in 2014 and 2015 and 2017. These bonds are secured by a trust agreement with the county and the city pursuant to the lease. If the FCCFA is not able to make the debt payments on these bonds, the city and county are required to cover any outstanding balances due. So the FCCFA is proposing to refinance its current outstanding bonds in order to achieve cash flow savings. The lease agreement requires the city to consent to this action. Refinancing in this way is necessary in response to disruptions from the COVID-19 pandemic, which has severely reduced events and revenue for the convention center this year, as all of us are well aware. Emergency action is being considered so that the FCCFA can issue new bonds quickly in order to take advantage of favorable market conditions. The savings realized through this action will help ensure the city and county will not need to cover any debt payments for the authority as they weather the remainder of the pandemic. Are there any questions or comments from colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. May I move to Recreation and Parks?
Please.
We have Ordinance 1543-2020 to authorize the Director of Recreation and Parks to enter into a purchase contract with Columbus City Schools to acquire some or all of parcels PID number 010-033923, which is Douglas Alternative Elementary School at 51 South Douglas Street, and PID number 010-113466, which is Stockbridge Elementary School at 3350 South Champion Avenue, to authorize the city auditor to appropriate $1,650,000 within the CDBG fund in accordance with the 2020 annual action plan as approved by council, to authorize the city auditor to appropriate $1,650,000 within the Recreation and Parks Permanent Improvement Fund, to authorize the transfer of $2,015,000 between projects within the Recreation and Parks Voted Bond Fund and Permanent Improvement Fund, to amend the 2019 capital improvements budget ordinance 1326-2020, to authorize the expenditure of, -2019, to authorize the expenditure of $3,665,000 from the CDBG Fund, Recreation and Parks Voted Bond Fund, and Recreation and Parks Permanent Improvement Fund, and to declare an emergency. Very technical sounding ordinance. Breaking it down, this year, Columbus City Schools is selling some former school sites around the city, and Rec and Parks seeking to acquire 2 of these properties for use as future neighborhood parks. By acquiring and developing the properties, Recreation and Parks will provide residents with new opportunities for close, walkable access to green space and programming, which is so important. The former Douglas site is located in Old Town East, and the 4-acre property is one of the largest remaining green spaces in the neighborhood. The department is interested in utilizing the current building to provide senior-focused programs and resources. The former Stockbridge Elementary School is located on the south side. The 11-acre property is directly adjacent to Stockbridge Park. The additional acreage will provide wider accessibility to the neighborhood as well as critical park space for tree plantings, walking, and recreation. The department has conducted outreach ongoing with Old Town East and Far South communities regarding more accessible park spaces and recreational opportunities. Both communities support the acquisition of these former school sites by the city. An emergency action is being considered today in order to acquire the properties while they are still available and in line with the desires of CCS to sell them. Any questions or comments from colleagues? Speak up if you have one so I can be sure to note it. All right, hearing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Hart.
Pass.
Thank you. I next have an ordinance in education, if I may move to education.
Please.
Ordinance 1762-2020 to authorize and direct the Director of Education to enter into contract with the Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services to provide monthly grants to eligible child care providers in Franklin County that will assist them to sustain their operations, waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Codes, to authorize the expenditure of up to $6,200,000 from the CARES Act fund, and to declare an emergency. Childcare needs to be funded like the essential infrastructure that it is for families and for our economy. However, in Ohio and nationwide, the childcare industry is neither adequately nor equitably funded. Most providers, both center-based and home-based, are small, often minority-owned businesses, and many teachers earn, frankly, poverty-level wages. Most providers who serve low-income children survive on state childcare subsidies and struggle to meet the bottom-line expenses of operating a center. These difficulties have only been compounded by COVID-19. There are new child-to-teacher ratios and maximum class sizes required to reduce the spread of the illness. Pretty frighteningly, an analysis by the Center for American Progress estimates that if childcare providers do not receive adequate support during this pandemic, roughly half of U.S. capacity is at risk of disappearing altogether, including 200,000 childcare slots in Ohio. That is why we are allocating this CARES Act funding to support the continuing operations of providers in our community. This is an important investment, but we need support too from state and federal resources to ensure the long-term sustainability of our local childcare infrastructure. In June, I wrote a letter to Central Ohio's congressional delegation urging the allocation of additional federal funding, which is needed to ensure this ongoing availability. If we lose these slots, it's very hard to build them back up, and we would be facing a severe shortage to the detriment of our long-term success. Ensuring access to childcare for all families is one of the most important investments we can make for the health of families. I will continue focusing on supporting childcare as the essential infrastructure that it is, and I urge that we move this investment today to help provide the support needed in our local community. So first, I'd like to see if there are any questions or comments from colleagues.
I do.
Councilmember Tyson.
Yeah, President Pro Tem Brown, thank you for this legislation. It is, as you stated, is critically important to our families. And as you just stated, when you think about the individuals that are working in childcare, I'm sorry, happen to be a lot of mostly women and women of color. And so this pandemic has certainly made it so that based upon the numbers and the number of children that can come to child care right now, that means that there are families who, their moms, their women who aren't able to even be employed because of the number of children to meet the COVID specifications cannot come to work. And then we have children who are not being able to get the services that they need to be able to move forward, to be able to give them the foundation to move forward in their lives. So this legislation is critically important to the health and welfare of our families, and especially our Black and Brown families. So thank you for this legislation this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. That is an excellent point. And the COVID pandemic in general, the unemployment caused by it, is hitting women the hardest, and is hitting African American and Latinx women the hardest of that group. And our childcare industry not only serves a lot of people who need to be able to go to work, but exactly as you point out, employs people who are unfortunately hardest hit. So thank you for underscoring that. It's a really important detail in all of this. I move to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Tyson, President Harden.
Amended.
And I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. And I have an item for passage on first reading. If I could move to rules and reference first reading, Council President?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
Didn't we already pass first reading?
I have one to pass out of, go back and.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going back to first reading ordinance 1500-2020. And this represents one of the ordinances in our Reimagining Public Safety package, which, thank you, Council President, for acknowledging Congressman Johnson.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. We were actually gonna wait to do all of those under rules and reference at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
I will stop right there.
I will see you shortly. Well, not shortly, but at rules and reference.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee coming for council is the Public Safety Committee. That committee is chaired by Council Member Mitch Brown. Member, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight I have ordinance 1633-2020 to amend the 2019 capital improvement budget to authorize the city auditor to transfer and appropriate $195,054.82 within the General Permanent Improvement Fund, to authorize the Finance and Management Director to associate all general budget reservations resulting from this ordinance with the appropriate universal term contract purchase agreement for the purchase of body-worn cameras, mounts, warranties, redactions, software storage, and support for the Division of Police, to authorize the expenditure of $118,567 from the general fund, and to authorize the expenditure of $220,000 from the General Permanent Improvement Fund. This expenditure will cover warranty extension for the body-worn cameras, extension of software maintenance for Evidence Library 4 and Redactive System, annual maintenance support, 300 body-worn cameras and mounts, USB charging, uploading, and docking base. and a year warranty for all of those respective pieces of equipment. I have also present Director Pettis and or Chief Quinlan. Would either of you like to make any comments with regards to this legislation?
President Harden, Safety Chair Mitch Brown, thank you for the opportunity. As you know, back in 2018, in July of 2018, we had over 1,200, as a matter of fact, 1,227 body-worn cameras deployed, and that covered all of our patrol officers. Chief Quinlan and his designee are available to provide details, but the chief has notified me that these body-worn cameras will be for intact unit and replacements. Chief Quinlan or your designee, did you want to provide additional detail?
Thank you, Director and Councilmember Brown, Chair Brown. What I wanted to offer was that we have found the body cameras to be a great asset to the division and to the community, and we support and appreciate the funding. It is our intent this year to look at some additional platforms that we can use this technology with. We'll especially be planning to expand the use to include our SWAT officers, our intact drug crimes officers, and also our task force officers who work with federal partners. So we'll have an opportunity to really evolve the program to the next level. A lot of this funding will be to maintain the supply of what we currently have and need as we find additional vendors that may be able to provide more of a live stream technology that we can actually use during operations and assist in how we provide service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Chief. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Councilmember.
Let's see, Councilor Favor.
Thank you, Chair Brown. To Chief Quinlan or Director Pettis or perhaps Chair Brown, I wondered if you could clarify that just want to make sure that the cameras are for SWAT officers and NTAC officers, or is that correct?
Chief Quinlan.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Brown. I was on mute.
No, that's quite all right. The question is whether or not some of these cameras will be for the SWAT officers as well as for intact. I will speak, and you can certainly elaborate. I know some of them are for our intact officers. I don't know if these are the same cameras that you are certainly going to be proposing for our SWAT officers.
No, sir. I asked for about $68,000 in seizure funds that I hope to have approved after the break that we would use to equip those officers. Because of the equipment they wear, they'll need a different type of mount. So we'll have to work on that. We have one identified that we want to use. These are specifically to expand the program and replace outdated, expired equipment that no longer is functional or serviceable based on the warranty life and the ability to maintain all the officers to have. The batteries wear out, the cameras are damaged in activities on the street. So this will be to make sure we maintain the full strength of all patrol having these cameras accessible.
Councilor Favor.
Thank you, Chief. You kind of went out just a little bit there, but just want to make sure I heard you correctly. So they are in fact for SWAT officers and intact officers?
This particular item in the legislation is for maintaining the program that we have for outdated, out of warranty, non-serviceable equipment.
Okay.
the items I requested for INTAC and SWAT and task force officers was the $68,000 I requested in the seizure fund budget. So we would be using that funding for that expansion of body-worn cameras that have never been deployed in that manner. And that'll have to wait until the seizure funds get approved.
Chief Quinlan, can you advise us of the lifetime of these cameras? Like, how long do they last?
I'll have to check with the Department of Technology, but from my understanding, it's about a 6 to 7 year cycle before the cameras are out of warranty, do not have parts to repair. The software is too dated, and a lot of times will get damaged, get knocked off, and become damaged. So we have to replace those as we go.
And then my last question, thank you for fielding these questions. We received a lot of feedback in lieu of the protests around cameras being covered up or not turned on. Could you just reiterate what the department's policy is on cameras being on in the line of duty?
Yes, anytime that you're engaged in a enforcement role with the public, they are to be turned on. I'm expanding the requirement to activate the cameras earlier, perhaps, for instance, when you're responding in, like right now we have, if you're in a pursuit, you turn them on. The only thing you're going to see is the steering wheel, but we know in a pursuit, the officer jumps out real quick at the end and maybe gets in a foot chase. By having them on earlier, you won't have to worry about that when you jump out of the car. And so we're doing the same thing when you're dispatched to an emergency call for service. So they will be on sooner. As far as the protest activity, they were not covered up. The tape you saw was badge numbers and other markings, so we could identify, supervisors knew which officers were assigned to them. The equipment where it could be used was. A lot of us did not have the proper mounts to go with the equipment that we wear during protests. So that's certainly something we're going to have to look at in the future.
Thank you, Chief Quinlan.
Chief, would you also speak to the technology going into the future with the use of body-worn cameras for automated activation?
Sure. Technology used to be about every 6 to 7 years, maybe 4 years, you'd cycle through a whole new product. The others would be obsolete. Now it's 6 months a year, and the products are becoming obsolete. So technology's grown so fast. There are equipment now that will actually activate when an officer perhaps gets in a foot chase or takes their weapon or their taser out of their holster. Or they have technology that even if your heart rate changes a certain degree, that they can activate just based on the officer's physical response. So there are types of voice activated. There's a lot of technology that we need to look at and find live streaming ones. As I mentioned, they're GPS located, so we can tell exactly where the officer was while they were filming that activity. We can track the whole path if they were in a foot pursuit. We'll know exactly where they went. And we can watch it live from a computer screen in the Emergency Operations Center. The technology is evolving, and we need to embrace that technology.
Thank you, Chief. It's just important for all my colleagues to be aware that the technology is moving at a rapid pace to eliminate the role of the officer to activate the cameras. And as you've already identified, they can be activated by heart rate. They can be activated off of their utility belts, even when they leave the vehicle. So that's something we'll be addressing in the future. If there are no other questions from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Is there a second?
By voice.
By voice.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Ms. Brown?
I think, President Pro Tem, I think you're still muted. We're doing a voice vote.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know I was pressing it like 100 times and I couldn't get it to switch off. Yes is my vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Dorans,
Yes.
Ms. Favor,
Yes.
Mr. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Tyson.
Yes.
Yes, the ordinance is passed.
Thank you, Council President. Also tonight, I have ordinance 1674, 2020, to authorize the Finance and Management Director to associate all general budget reservations resulting from this ordinance with Galls RT2 LLC for the purchase of protective bulletproof vests and vest carriers for the Division of Police from the existing universal term contracts, to authorize the expenditure of $272,607.40 from the general fund. Body armor vests are warranted for 5 years. Each spring vests are inspected and the determination is made of which vests are out of warranty and or damaged. If a vest is hit or otherwise damaged, it must be replaced. Each vest is comprised of a carrier with one plate in the front and one plate in the back. This expense will cover approximately 210 vests as well as the appropriate plate coverings for the front and back. Again, Chief Quinlan and or Chief or Director Pettis, if you have any comments with regards to this legislation?
President Harden, Chair Brown, members of council. What I do know is that in 2019, 89 officers were killed in the line of duty, and body armor saved the lives of 12 officers. All sworn personnel may be required to wear body armor for certain high-risk operations, and the chief can describe what those exceptions might be with his approval.
Thank you, Director and Council Chair. So the current collective bargaining agreement with the FOP requires that every officer hired after a specific date mandatory to use body armor, soft body armor, while they are working in uniform. All officers must be issued it. It's a 5-year warranty. After 5 years, it's no longer serviceable. The manufacturer will not assure that it will stop bullets. And so that's where we are with the soft body armor. Every officer must wear it. Officers that were hired a long time ago that have a waiver, we still have the authority to order them to wear it on any given time for any specific event. This will be to replace outdated body armor.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're still on mute if you were saying something. That pesky mute button, Chairman, is still getting you.
There we are.
There we go.
I'm sorry. Again, these are replacements for our body armor. Again, I ask if there's any questions from my colleagues. I'd be more than happy to have them answered. If not, I'm moved for passage and I ask for a voice vote.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll. Call it.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hart.
Ordinance is passed.
Thank you. Also tonight, I have 1814-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Safety to modify a contract with Baker Hostetler LLP to conduct investigations related to citizen complaints against the City of Columbus Division of Police related to the recent protest in Columbus, Ohio. To authorize the transfer of $500,000 within the general fund, to authorize the expenditure of $500,000 from the general fund, to waive competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code, and to declare an emergency. Director Pettis, would you please share the purpose of this contract and why non-competitive bidding, sir, or competitive bid waiver? Not me.
Is somebody speaking?
Council President, I was asking for the director or to speak to the request for a bid waiver on this particular legislation.
Awesome. Is the director there? I think that, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the director is with us right now.
In that regard, then how about if we call Chief Counsel Laura Baker Moore? She's on.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
This is Director Pettis. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Okay. President Hardin, Chair Brown, members of council, I apologize. My computer went out. I am now on Chief Quinlan's computer since I'm over here in his office.
Video.
This is a modification of a service contract with Baker Hostetler LLP for the purpose of conducting investigations related to citizen complaints against the City of Columbus Division of Police for the alleged use of force during the recent protests. Baker Hostetler was selected due to their in-depth knowledge of the Fraternal Order of Police Bargaining Unit contract. Baker Hostetler has been working with the City of Columbus for the last 2 decades, representing the city at the bargaining table. It would be time and cost prohibitive to get another law firm up to speed in order to ensure that the review conforms with any investigation deadlines stipulated by the FOP bargaining unit contract. And the recommendation retention of the law firm is for several reasons. First, we will not be utilizing the Internal Affairs Bureau as lead investigators so as to ensure greater transparency and public accountability to our residents who are demanding change in the investigation of use of force complaints. IAB would only be utilized at the discretion of the law firm for logistical purposes such as helping to procure and collect audio or visual recordings or any other tasks deemed necessary by the law firm. Second, given the tremendous number of complaints, the Department of Public Safety simply does not have the internal resources to thoroughly investigate in accordance with the contractual limitations of Section 8.14 of the Collective Bargaining Agreement. This section mandates that the investigation of citizen complaints shall be concluded within 90 days after the date the complaint was received by the city. At the outset of engagement, the Columbus City Attorney's Office shall review with the law firm the Division of Police policies and directives regarding use of force. Likewise, the pertinent provisions of the collective bargaining agreement pertaining to investigations will be reviewed. And lastly, during the course of investigating the assigned complaints, the law firm shall also investigate any other acts of excessive force discovered during the course of the investigation of the protest.
And Director, when those reports are completed, I guess I could probably ask Chief Counsel, will that be shared with this council?
Absolutely, sir. We will be coordinating with the City Attorney's Office on the review, which runs through the end of this year.
Thank you. If there's any questions from my council, from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Also, I have legislation ordinance 1816-2020 to authorize the director of the Department of Public Safety to enter into a professional services contract with the John Glenn College of Public Affairs at The Ohio State University for an independent operational review of the city's response to the 2020 George Floyd protest events in Columbus, Ohio. To authorize the transfer of the appropriation within the expenditure of $45,892.26 from the Special Purpose Fund to authorize the appropriation expenditure of $204,107.74 from the Law Enforcement Contraband Seizure Fund and to declare an emergency. Director Pettis, would you speak to the purpose of this contract and the role Mr. Carter Stewart is going to play with regards to the request?
Thank you, Council President Harden, Council Safety Chair Mitch Brown, members of Council. As City Attorney Zach Klein framed it, the purpose of this research is more of a macro review as compared to a micro review as described by the Baker-Hostetler review of citizen complaints and the retired FBI agent, Rick Wozniak, who will review citizen complaints that could involve a criminal charge. City Attorney Zach Klein framed this review as being a broader look at how the city was prepared for and responded to these protests, everything that was done right and everything that could have done better, so that we can review our policies and procedures, make any changes, corrections, or improvements that may be needed to inform any future responses that the city might have to make to similar incidents or protests.
Chief Counsel, do you have anything you wish to add to that, those comments?
Chair Brown, I just wanted to thank the council for considering this action, and I look forward to the work with Chief Quinlan and Director Pettis. We do believe that this macro overview of everything that's gone on in the city since May will be instructive and useful in making sure that the decisions and plans that we make going forward are data-based and derived from both, again, the things we got right and the things that we could do better. So thank you again.
And also, Ms. Baker Morris, as well as Chief Director Pettis, a report will be provided to this council with regards to the evaluation on the part of the John Glenn School.
That's correct.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. If there are no additional questions, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
President Harden, may I move on to Veterans and Senior Affairs, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. In Veterans and Senior Affairs, I have ordinance 1396-2020 to authorize and direct the Director of Recreation and Parks to enter various contracts for the provision of pre-admission screening system, providing options and resources known as Passport, home care and assisted living services for older adults in Central Ohio, to authorize the expenditure of $60,500,000 from the Recreation and Parks Grants Fund and to declare an emergency. This ordinance will authorize the Director of Recreation and Parks to enter various contracts to provide Passport, home care and assisted living services for older adults in Central Ohio for the first year of a 2-year period beginning July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. There are 438 Passport and assisted living agencies that provide service to older adults in accordance to the Ohio Department of Aging contracting requirements. I don't know if there's anyone from the Rec and Parks, but this is something that we've done in the past. And again, I move for passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll by voice.
This is on 1396.
On
Ms.
1396, I apologize.
I'm sorry, 1396.
Ms. Brown.
President Pro Tem, I don't know if we got
Just having
that.
trouble getting unmuted.
Oh, shoot.
I'm sorry, I read them out of order. I
Do you
apologize.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I cannot get my mute button to work today. It's very finicky. Abstain. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Dorans.
Yes.
Ms. Favor.
Yes.
Mr. Remy.
Yes.
Ms. Tyson.
Yes.
President Harden.
Yes, ordinance is passed.
Council President, my apologies to my colleagues. I read the ordinances out of order. 1396 first. I should be doing 1395.
No problem.
1395-2020 to authorize an appropriation in the amount of $83,242 within the Recreation and Parks Grants Fund for the Central Ohio Area Agency on Aging to provide home care and assisted living services to older adults, again, in connection with the pre-admission screening system, providing options and resources, again, known as Passport, Medicaid waiver program in Central Ohio, and to declare this legislation, again, authorizes the appropriation of the grant funds from the Ohio Department of Aging for the continued operation of the Passport Medicaid program for the period of July 1 through 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Passport provides home care services as an alternative to nursing home admission. Medicaid eligible clients. Services include case management, adult daycare, homemaker care, meals, personal care, respite, transportation, and emergency response. Approximately over 8,000 clients are currently being served by COAAA under the Passport program. Again, that's just some questions from my colleagues. I move for passage.
Quick. Second.
Ms. Brown?
Abstain.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Ms. Favor?
Yes.
Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson?
Yes.
President Harden?
Yes, ordinance is passed.
Council President, that's all I have in my committees. I understand you're going to deal with rules and reference at the end. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
That's all I have, sir. And I like your bow tie.
I did it for you today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Why don't we take a pause now as we get ready for zoning? So if may I have a motion to recess?
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Second.
Let's call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
We are recessed. We will reconvene in 5 minutes for our zoning hearing meeting. Clerk, please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal?
So moved.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
We will now go to the zoning committee. Councilmember Tyson chairs on that committee. All members serve on it. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, here. Okay, before beginning the zoning agenda, I'll briefly explain the rules of council as pertaining to speaking before council on zonings and variances. We permit 3 speakers on each side, 3 proponents and 3 opponents, and we ask that they limit their remarks to 3 minutes. And we also provide an opportunity for rebuttal from the applicant. On the advice of the city attorney's office, anyone here who wishes to speak for or against any council variance, including staff, must be sworn in prior to giving testimony. We do so prior to beginning the reading of each variance on the agenda. So the first ordinance on the agenda this evening is Ordinance 1650-2020 to rezone 261 Hamilton Avenue, being 0.63 acres located at the southwest corner of Hamilton Avenue and Mount Vernon Avenue, from the R2F residential district to the AR3 apartment residential district. The applicant is Kelly Companies, care of Dave Perry, agent. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval 10-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. 1651-2020 to grant a variance from provisions of sections 3309.14a, height districts 3312.49, minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3321.05b2, vision clearance, 3333.15c, basis of computing area, 3333.18bd, building lines, 3333.23 D, minimum side yard permitted, and 3333.26A, height district of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 261 Hamilton Avenue to permit reduced development standards and for an apartment building in the AR3 apartment residential district. The applicant, again, is Kelly Companies, care of Dave Perry, agent. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city's department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval 10-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1655-2020 to rezone 1050 North 4th Street, being 0.68 acres located at the southeast corner of North Front Street and Detroit Avenue, from the M2 Manufacturing District to the AR3 Apartment Residential District. The applicant is DSC Holdings, 1050 North 4th Street, LLC, at care of Dave Perry, agent. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Italian Village Commission's recommendation is approval 5-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1656-2020 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3333.03 AR3 apartment residential district use, 3333.15C basis of computing area, 3333.18F building lines, and 3333.24 rear yard Columbus City Codes for property located at 1050 North 4th Street to permit up to 2,500 square feet of retail, commercial, or art gallery space within an apartment building with reduced development standards in the AR3 Apartment Residential District. The applicant is DSC Holdings, 1050 North 4th Street, LLC, care of Dave Perry, agent. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and Italian Village Commission's recommendation is approval 5-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1665-2020 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3332.039 R4 Residential District, 3312.49 minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3325.801 maximum lot coverage, 3325.805 maximum floor area ratio, 3332.05 area district lot width requirements, 3332.15 R4 area district requirements, 3332.19 fronting, 3332.25 maximum side yards required, 3332.26 minimum side yard permitted, and 3332.27 rear yard of the Columbus City codes for property located at 1382 Neal Avenue to permit a carriage house on a lot developed with a single unit dwelling with reduced development standards in the R4 residential district. The applicant is Eric Martineau. The proposed use is a 2 single unit dwellings on one lot. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the University Area Commission's recommendation is approval 14-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1666-2020 to rezone 1836 Lockbourne Road, being 3.34 acres located at the northeast corner of Lockbourne and Smith Roads from the LM Limited Manufacturing District to the AR1 Apartment Residential District and the R3 Residential District. The applicant is the WODA Companies Incorporated, care of Dave Perry, agent. The proposed use is a multi-unit and single-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Columbus Southside Area Commission's recommendation is approval. And that was from 11-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. So ordinance 1667-2020 is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3309.14 height districts, 3312.21 A2 landscaping screening, 3312.272 parking setback line, 3321.05 B2 vision clearance, 3332.05 A4 area district lot with requirements, 3323.13 R3 area district requirements, 3332.19 fronting, 3332.21B building lines, 3333.18 AC building lines, and 3333.24 rear yard of the Columbus City codes for the property located at 1836 Lockbourne Road to permit reduced development standards in the AR1 Apartment Residential District and the R3 Residential District, respectively. The applicant, again, is the WODA Cooper Companies Incorporated, care of Dave Perry, agent. The proposed use is a multi-unit and single-unit residential development, and the city department's recommendation is approval. And the Columbus Southside Area Commission's recommendation is approval, 11-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1668-2020 to grant a variance from provisions of sections 3332.039 R4 Residential District, 3312.49 minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3332.05 area district lot width requirements, 3332.15 R4 area district requirements, 3332.19 fronting, 3332.25 maximum side yards required, 3332.6.26 minimum side yard permitted, and 3332.27 rear yard of the Columbus City codes for property located at 11 on 28 Harrison to permit a 2-unit dwelling and a single unit, which is a carriage house, dwelling on one lot with reduced development standards in the R4 residential district. The applicant is Vista Woods Properties LLC, care of Dave Perry, agent. Proposed use is a 2-unit and single unit dwellings on one lot. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Victorian Village Commission's recommendation is approval 5-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1672-2020 to rezone 762 Mount Vernon Avenue, being 0.81 acres located at the northeast corner of Mount Vernon Avenue and Hamilton Avenue, from the R2F residential district to the AR1 apartment residential district. The applicant is the Kelly Companies, care of Dave Perry, agent. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval 10-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1687. I'm sorry. No, I can go back to the variance. I'm sorry. Is the variance 1673 is the variance to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3333.02 AR12, ARLD, and AR1 apartment residential district use, 3312.273 parking setback line, 3312.21 landscaping and screening, 3333.12 AR1 and AR4 area district requirements, 3333.22 maximum side yard required, and 3333.23 minimum side yard permitted of the Columbus City codes for property located at 762 Mount Vernon Avenue to permit a non-accessory parking lot and reduce development standards for an apartment building in the AR1 apartment residential district. And again, the applicant is the Kelly Companies, care of Dave Perry. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development, and the City Department's recommendation is approval. And the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is 10-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1687-2020. It is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3356.03 C4 permitted uses, 3309.14 height districts, 3312.21 landscaping and screening, 3312.49 minimum numbers of parking spaces required, and 3321.05 AB vision clearance, 3356.05 C4 district development limitations, and 3372.607 landscaping and screening of the Columbus City codes for property located at 1325 West Broad Street to permit a mixed use development with reduced development standards in the C4 commercial district variance. The applicant is 1325 West Broad Street Development, care of Attorney Jeff Brown. The proposed use is a mixed-use development. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Franklinton Area Commission's recommendation is approval 12-2. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1693-2020 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3355.03 C3 permitted uses, 3372.705 F building design standards of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 1464 Cleveland Avenue to permit a fresh market food pantry with reduced urban commercial overlay standards in the C3 commercial plan district. The applicant is the Prime AE Group, care of Craig Vanderveen. The proposed use is a fresh market food pantry. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the South Linden Area Commission's recommendation is approval 5-0. And again, this is going to be an addition to the Linden community. And the City Department's recommendation is approval, and the South Linden Area Commission's recommendation is approval. I know we have Commissioner Peggy Williams is in council chambers, and I think she wants to speak in support of this ordinance.
Good evening, President Shannon Harding, President Pro Tem Elizabeth Brown, and council members Mitchell Brown, Rob Dorans, Shayla Favor, Priscilla Tyson as the zoning chair, and also Emmanuel Ramey. I am Peggy Ann Williams, a resident in the Linden community since 2001 and residing at 1562 Cleveland Avenue. I currently serve as the Secretary and Zoning Chair for the South Linden Area Commission, and I do consider myself to be an invested stakeholder committed to restoring the Linden's rich history as a gem location in the city of Columbus for families to live, worship, work, and play. As you know, Linden has been embarking on a transformational journey since the Smart Columbus CMAX transportation system, relaunching of the Linden Leap autonomous shuttle, and launching the 7-month study of a smart vehicle connected environment by installing equipment in the cars of Linden residents that will provide in-car safety alerts intended to help drivers make more informed driving decisions. All of which was originally designed to connect residents to employment, one of the 10 big ideas highlighted in the community plan entitled One Linden, Our Community, Our Future. Tonight, council is being asked to pass Ordinance 1693-2020, which will enable the proposed development project, the Linden Fresh Market, to provide free distribution of food and pharmaceuticals. At first glance, Linden does not need another food pantry or even drugstore. However, I do believe the opening of the Linden Fresh Market will not only support resident health, but will also serve as a springboard for building community investment and potentially pivoting into a resident worker-owned business, such as a food processing hub that would provide us living wage, address issues surrounding food apartheid, and strengthen capacity for Linden residents and the community to grow equity, build wealth, and have a pathway out of poverty. Therefore, I do support the passage of Ordinance 1693-2020. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, thank you so much for coming, and certainly the work that you have been doing to promote the Linden community. I'm very excited about this ordinance. Certainly, from the standpoint of the city and county local food plan that Commissioner O'Grady and I worked on over 6 years ago, and to making sure that communities have access to healthy food, affordable food, and local food, and also looking at food from the standpoint of an economic driver, just as you stated today. So very excited about this new development in the Linden community, and truly I'm very glad that you came down to support this zoning ordinance this evening. Thank you so much. And if there are no other questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1694-2020. Is to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3332.039, the R4 residential district, 3312.13A, driveway, 3312.49, minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3332.05A4, area district with lot width requirements, 3332.15, the R4 residential district requirements, 3332.21, building lines, 3332.25, maximum side yards required, 3332.26, minimum side yard permitted, and 3332.27, rear yard of the Columbus City Codes. For the property located at 1525 Westwood Avenue, to permit a 2-unit dwelling and a rear single-unit dwelling above a garage, a carriage house, on one lot with reduced development standards, and to conform development standards on an adjacent lot in the R4 residential district. Residential district, I'm sorry. And the applicant is Fisher Development, care of attorney Jeff Brown. The proposed use is a single-unit dwelling, two single-unit dwellings, and one 2-unit dwelling. The city department's recommendation is approval, and Fifth by Northwest Area Commission's recommendation is approval 5-0. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next ordinance is, not mistaken, is ordinance number 1699, and it is to rezone 5960 West Broad Street, being 41.55 acres located at the northwest corner of West Broad Street and Daughtery Road, from the R Rural District to the PUD 6 Planned Unit Development District, the LAR1 Limited Residential District. The applicant is Metro Development, care of Jeff Brown. The proposed use is a single-unit and multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Westwood Area Commission's recommendation is approval 9-2. I move to table this ordinance to September the 14th of 2020.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Tabled.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1709-2020 to amend ordinance 2655-2018, passed October the 18th of 2018, for property located at 7280 Lehman Road by replacing section 3, thereby modifying the PUD plan and text. This is again an ordinance amendment. The ordinance amendment pertains to section 3 with increases to setbacks, a lot coverage, and a commitment to prohibit a garage forward design. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Greater Southeast Area Commission's recommendation is approval 6-1. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I first move to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you, and now move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next one, ordinance is 1711-2020 to rezone 3225 Sullivan Avenue, being 0.2 acres located on the south side of Sullivan Avenue, 216 feet west of South Brinker Avenue, from the AR1 Apartment Residential District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant is Mark Douglas Realty LLC, care of Jeff Brown, attorney. The proposed use is to conform an existing office building. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Greater Hilltop Area Commission's recommendation is approval 13-0. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1714-2020 to rezone 1550 North Wilson Road, being 4.83 acres located on the east side of North Wilson Road, 130 feet north of Newell Drive from the LM2 Limited Manufacturing District to LM2 Limited Manufacturing District. The applicant is 1550 North Wilson LLC, care of attorney James Menacey. The proposed use is a manufacturing and distribution facility. The city's department's recommendation is approval, and the West Iota Area Commission's recommendation is approval 701. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second. Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1715-2020 to grant a variance from provisions of section 3367.15D M2 Manufacturing District special provisions of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 1550 North Wilson Road to permit a reduced non-landscape parking setback line for an existing industrial development in the LM2 Limited Manufacturing District. The applicant is 1550 North Wilson Road, LLC. The proposed use is manufacturing and distribution facility. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the West Iota Area Commission's recommendation is approval 7-0. And if there are no questions for my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. So the next ordinance is 575-2020 to rezone 4407 Trayview Road, with 25.6 acres located on the south side of Trayview Road, 800 feet west of Arlingate Lane from the Rural District to the LARLD Limited Apartment Residential District. The applicant is Metro Development, care of attorney Jeff Brown. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the West Iota Area Commission's recommendation is disapproval 081. And so I will, I know that we have two speakers on this, pertains to this ordinance, and I'm first going to ask for a staff presentation.
Councilmember Tyson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. The site consists of 4 parcels zoned in the R Rural District. One parcel is undeveloped, and 3 parcels along the Trayview Road frontage are developed with single-unit dwellings and have been recently annexed from Franklin Township. The requested LARLD Limited Apartment Residential District will permit a multi-unit residential development with a maximum of 264 units at 10.31 units per acre gross density. The limitation text commits to a site plan which depicts pedestrian connectivity, open space, and tree preservation areas, and establishes supplemental development standards that address density, traffic commitments, including a monetary contribution towards a future Trayview Road regional traffic study and graphics controls. Increased stormwater management facilities are depicted on the site plan to help alleviate existing drainage issues with the adjacent single-unit subdivision and Interstate 270. The site is within the boundaries of the Trayview-Roberts area plan, which recommends low to medium density residential land uses for this location. Although the plan recommends lower density residential for this location, planning staff recognizes that the proposed use is compatible with the existing surrounding residential density pattern, is adjacent to an interstate, and that the proposal would preserve a significant amount of open space. As such, staff supports the increased densities at this location. Concurrent council variance CV 19-103 is also requested to reduce parking and building setbacks to permit maneuvering and parking spaces to cross a parcel line, and to eliminate the perimeter yard along the internal property line, as the site will be comprised of 2 separate parcels due to differing taxing districts. Therefore, the City Department's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And I would now ask for, are there any questions any of my colleagues have for Tim? Thank you. Seeing none, I will now ask for a staff presentation by Attorney Jeff Brown.
Thank you, President Hardin, Zoning Chair Tyson, members of City Council. This proposal is on the south side of Trayview Road. As you saw from the aerial, we're adjacent to 270. To the south is a trucking facility, and to the east is a single-family subdivision. We worked very hard with the zoning and planning staff and the work with staff to get the support of this application along with the unanimous approval from the Development Commission of this request. When we met with the neighborhood, we heard 3 things: flooding, traffic, and density. If you look at the site plan, you will see 2 different colored retention ponds. The purpose of that is, 1, our site meets the city requirements in terms of our own stormwater. The additional ponding that you see on there is to help our neighbors to the east. There's quite a bit of water that comes underneath 270 through 2 pipes. It hits our property, which is a farm field, and runs into the stream system there. With our site plan and spending over $500,000 of additional costs, we're going to create a 2-tier system, 1 addressing the city requirements as it applies to our property, and then adding additional ponding capacity to help our neighbors with their runoff. The second item was traffic, and I know council has been concerned about traffic along the Trayview corridor. We originally agreed to give $312,000 to that regional traffic improvement, whatever that may be. We were asked to increase that amount, and what's in front of you tonight is an increase of $550,000. In addition to that, we're contributing $25,000 to the regional traffic study for the city. In addition to that, we did the normal things that are required with this zoning, which is a traffic study, which the city has approved and accepted. There are improvements at our front door, and we also are doing a turn lane for our neighbor to the east. The last item that was discussed was density. We were resistant in terms of dropping density, just in terms of the other additional things that we're doing to help in terms of controlling the floodwaters, improving the traffic situation out there. But in terms of our discussions with the city ongoing from our initial meeting, we dropped the density. So what you're seeing tonight is 264 units, which is a substantial drop from what was originally approved by the Development Commission unanimously, which was 312. So the presentation that you have in front of you is a piece of property that backs up to the freeway. It's multifamily usage with huge commitments in terms of traffic, water management, as well as a reduction in density that the neighbors asked us to do. The last thing that we did, Joe Thomas worked with the neighbors along the property line, had many meetings, walked the site. We have a signed good neighbor agreement that covers items that were of concern to the neighbors. So we think this is an appropriate location. We think the site the monetary and for an overall traffic solution. I'm happy to answer any questions that council have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Brown? No, okay. Seeing none, I now have, there aren't any questions for Mr. Brown. I now have, there are two speakers that are against this ordinance. And the first speaker would be Ms. Kristen McKinney, who is the president of the Area Commission, the West Iota Area Commission.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kristen McKinley, and I am the chair of the West Iota Area Commission. This project, quite frankly, is not consistent with our plans and priorities for the West Iota Area Commission. And continued approval of high-density housing and will materially alter our vision for our area. We repeatedly heard from our residents in our area that we do not want additional apartment housing and high-density housing in this area, with a preference towards priority for single-family homes and green space. It's also a good idea to keep in mind and give thoughtful and mindful consideration to traffic when it comes to that. There's many accidents in this Treview Road corridor and this particular stretch of Treview Road because of the two overpass bridges and the lack of visibility on those stretches of Treview Road. Adding additional high-density parcels to this area of Treview Road will just exacerbate that problem. Another issue that we've heard concerns from the residents adjacent to this property is regarding the fire access and issues for fire access for this particular property don't meet current. It's my understanding they do not comply with adopted fire codes and standards. Brook Hollow is the subdivision that's immediately adjacent to this property, and there were large turnouts from all of those neighbors to all of our meetings on this particular issue and application, expressing repeated concerns about existing and future flooding concerns. Residents then indicated that they were received some high pressure by the developer to rush into signing the good neighbor agreement without the benefit of having council to review it for them. So that this body would look favorably on and approve the rezoning application. We are all elected to represent the citizens that live in the city of Columbus. This does not mean pushing a project that neighbors do not want in their community. And as chair of the West Iota Area Commission, I can't in good conscience do that. Our commission did vote against this project before it went to the Development Commission. Last but not least, this developer is long on promises to this area commission and short on follow through. Approximately 3 years ago, this same developer was built Addison Woods, a project at the corner of Treview and Wilson Road, specking out sidewalks. We've repeatedly followed up on that, and we're always given multiple excuses from the developer in the city when the city followed up about why those sidewalks were not yet installed. Magically, on July 20th, stakes were put in, and the representation is now that they are beginning construction on those sidewalks. I find it coincidental in no small matter that this was related to the zoning application that's currently before this body. I don't want to have to get into the position of chasing this developer for things and made to these residents in Brook Hollow, particularly when Brook Hollow does not have an HOA and does not have a legal entity by way to pursue the good neighbor agreement with this developer. Make no mistake. Yes.
Ms. McKinley, you have 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes have expired. Are you?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Anyways, the last thing I did want to mention, my zoning chair did ask me to remind council that this will be the 4th application from the 2019 to 2020 commission year that would be contrary to how West Iota area's recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our next speaker is going to be Brian Endicott. Brian.
I do not show Brian on WebEx. Is he to be in chambers this evening?
No, thank you. He is not. He was supposed to be here via WebEx, I thought. So he is not.
I do not show him listed.
All right. Thank you. Then I'm going to have rebuttal by the applicant, Mr. Brown.
things, access, also get any building plan for any development, the fire department has to review any access, and if the fire department doesn't sign off on your access, then you don't get your building permit. The question about the sidewalks on another project, we provided Councilmember Tyson with information about that. There were changes that were made to the city, to their improvements that they were doing at that intersection, which delayed the construction of the sidewalks. The city has kept and still maintains the bonding for the sidewalks. So the residents there don't have to worry because one, the work has started, two, the city has the bond. If something would ever happen, they have the money to go ahead and do the necessary work. But that is under construction, and it wasn't tied to this. It was changes that the city made to that intersection that delayed the project. This is not a high density request. We're under 12 units to the acre. You've seen a lot higher densities and have approved a lot higher densities than what we're talking about. The revised site plan that we have actually creates 3 acres of open space at the south end of the property. It increases our traffic commitment. It increases the stormwater. All I can do and all my client can do is respond positively to the issues that are raised by the neighbors. We did this in this instance, and what we have in front of council and asking for your approval is a better site plan than we started. Less units, more money spent on traffic, more help to solve a stormwater problem that is not our making and occurs right now, and there's nothing on that property except a couple of houses. So I would request that city look at the Development Commission vote. That was a full-fledged hearing, actually in person, if we can remember those days, where they heard the neighbors in our presentation, and that was a unanimous approval of this request.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. I also just want to share some comments, certainly with my council colleagues, as well as the viewing and listening audience. My team, especially Andrew Dwyer and Carl Williams and Nicole Harper, and I have certainly worked with this developer in regards to this particular zoning. And based upon that, as the developer stated, that the issues were initially from the residents around density, traffic, and then it was flooding. I've had 2 meetings with the residents, with the zoning chair as well, and residents, as well as with the president of the commission. In regards to the density issue, as was stated, it was initially 312 units. It's now 264 units. So the density was dropped. The area that concerned was certainly having more green space of 2 buildings leaving 2 buildings less, certainly added more green space. In regards to traffic, I've had a number of conversations with Director Gallagher, and Director Gallagher again has stated that one, the developer is certainly going to putting dollars into supporting a multimodal development, multimodal transportation plan. But even besides that, I wanted to make sure that even if you have a plan, that there was a commitment to be able to have dollars into a CIP to be able to make sure that working with the other jurisdictions there to be able to make sure that that plan would be come into fruition. So that took place. In regards to the flooding issues for on the property next door, there's certainly there were notarized. It's a notarized good neighbor agreement that was signed by those residents in December of 2019. Additionally, the issue around emergency vehicles, the being able to have access to this property. Again, the Department of Fire will have to work with the developer and sign off on this project, meeting the requirements to make sure that safety vehicles can come into this property. If an agreement is not reached, of course, the developer will not receive the permits necessary to begin construction. And in regards to the safety with entrance and exit entrance and exit of this property. The current speed is 45 miles per hour, and residents feel that the cars were traveling east on the overpass might create a sightline safety hazards with cars turning into the development. During the traffic study, by traffic management, a site distance exhibit was completed due to the residential concerns. The study showed adequate distance and sightline parameters when cars are traveling at the posted speed. Additionally, in my first meeting with Ms. McKinley and the residents there, they did state the concern about the sidewalks that had not been put in by Metro Development. Of course, we went back to research because that was in a previous development agreement, and we found out that again that the dollars were put there to be able to have that sidewalk, and it just happened. We didn't put any pressure, had no conversations with them. They told us when we called and asked the question that the sidewalk was going to be started on the 20th of July. And I had that meeting just that prior week. So I just want to be very clear about the circumstances of this development and the conversations that I personally had with the commission and some of the residents. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Councilmember Tyson.
Yes.
Thank you. First, I want to just express my gratitude to you and your team for your commitment to see this legislation all the way through. I graciously participated in many conversations with you about this project and possible solutions. And so I think that oftentimes it appears as though these things move very quickly, but they absolutely do not. You and your team take a lot of time fielding questions and hosting meetings with not only the community members, but also with developers. So thank you for that. I also wanted to acknowledge the fact, some of the comments that were made by the commission as it relates to the traffic study. And as chair of housing, oftentimes housing and zoning can intersect. And so we like to stay updated on what's happening when it comes to things like the traffic study. And so I'm not sure if there's anyone on right now. I know the directors are off during zoning, but that could provide us with an update. But I know the last time I asked this question, the study is still moving forward, but was greatly impacted by the onset of COVID, like a lot of things. And so the idea is to make sure that we capture traffic flow accurately to the best of our ability so as to make the right improvements that the community needs. We did not want to do that when there was no traffic on the road. So it would be helpful in the future just to have an update from public service on where the traffic study is.
And I don't know if Director Gallagher is on the call right now, but it's Dan. Is Dan on the call? Dan?
Actually, this is Jennifer. I'm on here.
Hi,
I was having a little snack. Sorry. Yes, and we have actually, we were able to start moving forward with phase 1 of the study without needing to do some traffic counts. So there were pieces of a phase 1 of the study that were able to move forward without needing to do the counts. Like Councilmember Favor said, obviously we couldn't do those until we felt that counts were more up to a typical normal day. And so things have been able to get moving. I do know that. I don't know a whole lot of other details after that, except to say that we were able to begin some parts of the corridor study. Yes.
Thank you. And can you also just share your commitment, as you and I spoke about this, your commitment about the multimodal traffic plan and and obviously the dollars to be able to support once the plan's completed?
Yes, Councilmember Tyson, as you and I spoke, once the study is complete, we will make that commitment to be able to start moving it forward and get those pieces funded. We hope to be able to get some federal funding, hopefully to get some safety funding, possibly OPWC funding. There are multiple funding pots that we will be able to go after. So hopefully the city is not needing to pay for all of those projects ourselves. We will need to break those projects up. We will not be able to do them all at once. I just want to make sure that we are setting everybody's expectations that not everything will be done immediately. It will take years because it's a large section of roadway, and we'll need to break those up into specific projects. But we are making the commitment to do that and to start. Once that study is done, we'll start breaking up those into projects and start trying to find funding immediately.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
Are there any other comments? Any other comments or questions from my colleagues, either to the Director or any other comments for me?
Councilmember Tyson, if I may, is Jeff Brown still available?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Jeff, can you speak to, again, with additional clarity, the fire access for the fire division and emergency medical service access into this particular community and this development?
If staff could pull up the site plan, we have one entrance that comes off of Trayview Road. Then there is a second drive that you'll see there on the right side of the screen. There's a secondary drive that comes back, and then about the middle of the site, it curves into our street system. So that provides the fire department with two separate points to be able to get around if something would happen right at the intersection. And as Ms. Tyson pointed out, this site plan, fully engineered, will be reviewed by the fire department. And if they're not happy with the layout, they will not approve it, and we will not get our building plans approved.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate it, sir.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions for my colleagues? All right. Well, seeing none, I move to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, Harden.
Thank you. And now I move for passage.
Second.
I just want to echo Councilmember Favor's appreciation to you, Councilmember Tyson. This zoning in particular took a lot of your personal time, your staff time, and conversations with all of the stakeholders. And just so, just want to appreciate you for the work. And it is, to Councilmember Favor said, an example that these things don't move fast. They take a lot of work and a lot of dedication, but you've got it over the finish line. So I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 0576-2020 to grant a variance from provisions of sections 3312.25 maneuvering, 3312.29 parking space, 3312.272 parking setback line, 3333.18 building lines, 3333.255 perimeter yard of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 4407 Trayview Road to permit a multi-unit residential development with reduced development standards in the LAR-LD limited apartment residential district. The applicant, again, is Metro Development. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the West Iota Area Commission's recommendation is 08 and 1. If there are no questions or comments, I move to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass, or amended, sorry.
Thank you. And now I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1475-2020. It is to rezone 2467 Stelzer Road, being 3.97 acres located at the northwest corner of Stelzer and Lifestyle Boulevard from the R1 residential to LC R1 residential from the R1 residential to LC4 limited commercial and CPD commercial plan development districts to CPD commercial plan development district. The applicant is Gamma Columbus LLC. The proposed use is an office and limited commercial development. The city's department's recommendation is approval, and the Northeast Air Commission recommendation is approval. If there are no questions or comments, I move to amend to emergency.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you, and now I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1629-2020 to grant a variance from provisions of sections 3356.03C4 permitted uses, 3309.14A height districts, 3312.29 parking space, 3333.25 perimeter yard, and 3356.11 C4 district setback lines of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 620 Norton Road to permit a multi-unit residential development containing up to 150 units with reduced development standards in the C4 commercial district and the AR1 apartment residential district. The applicant is NRP Properties. The proposed use is a multi-unit residential development. The city department's recommendation is approval, and the Westland Area Commission's recommendation is approval 7-4. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. That concludes zoning for this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there is no further business, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Meeting is adjourned. Let's take a 15-minute break so folks can get their snacks before reconvening at around 7:45 for regular meeting number 31.
Thank you.
31?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Regular meeting number 31 is now reconvened. The next committee to come before council is the Public Utilities Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Dorans. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in Public Utilities, we have ordinance number 1525-2020 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter into an agreement with John Irmo and Sons, Inc. Construction Services for the 2020 Stormwater General Construction Contract from the Division of Sewer and Drainage Stormwater Section to authorize a transfer of up to $733,221.90, expenditure of up to $1,103,503 within this Storm Sewer Bond Fund to authorize the expenditure of $2,000 for prevailing wage services, the Department of Public Service, and to amend the 2019 capital improvement budget. This project was initiated to respond to emergency needs and miscellaneous storm sewer structural repairs and installations. Work consists of raising manhole frames, reconstructing manholes to grade, and sewer point repairs. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing and not hearing any, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Council President Harden, with your permission, I'd like to return to the first reading portion of our agenda for the Public Utilities Committee on page 2.
Please.
Thank you. There we have ordinance number 0108X-2020, declare the city's necessity intent to appropriate and accept certain fee simple title and or lesser real estate in order to complete the intermodal sanitary subtrunk extension project. The Department of Public Utilities is working on the intermodal sanitary sewer subtrunk extension project. The city must acquire certain fee simple real estate located in the vicinity of the northern Pickaway County near the Rickenbacker International Airport in order for DPU to timely complete this project. The city pads ordinance number 3002-2019 authorizing the city attorney to acquire the real estate. Accordingly, the city intends to appropriate and accept the real estate in the event the city attorney is unable to locate the owners of the real estate or agree with the owners of the real estate in good faith regarding the amount of just compensation. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, I first move to waive second reading.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Waive.
Thank you. Now I'd like to move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. With your permission, Council President Hart, I'd like to move back to the second reading portion of the agenda for the Neighborhoods Committee, starting on page 15 of our agenda.
Please.
Thank you. Here in the Neighborhoods Committee, we have ordinance number 1403. Council President, we tabled this ordinance on June 29th, 2020, and now I'd like to move to remove this ordinance from the table.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Removed.
Thank you. Now I'll read the title of legislation before I turn it over to you, Council President, to explain the program that is being funded with this ordinance.
Thank you.
This ordinance is to authorize the Director of Department of Neighborhoods to enter in a grant agreement with the Ohio State University in support of the Boys and Young Men of Color Collective to closely examine the epidemiological data associated with the ethnic disparity relating to COVID-19. And to authorize the transfer of appropriations between departments to authorize expenditure within the CARES Act and to declare emergency. Council President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your partnership on this. You know, one of the most alarming aspects of COVID-19 pandemic is the differential health outcomes for communities of color versus the community at large. The CDC has confirmed that both hospitalizations and death rates for African Americans and Hispanic residents are far higher than that of white residents. This work at the Bell Center for the African American male at OSU will work to help community partners focusing on root causes of health and social disparities. I look forward to this partnership between the city, Department of Neighborhoods, their work, our work with My Brother's Keeper, Young Men of Color, in this partnership with the Bell Center and OSU. I think it's a great place for policy-led focused work on African Americans and how we can beat back some of these disparities that we see in health and in other areas in our community. So looking forward to working with this organization.
Thank you, Council President. Couldn't agree with you more about the need for this kind of study. And with that, I'd like to move to amend ordinance number 1403-2020 as submitted to the clerk.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Amend it.
Now I'd like to move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Next in the Neighborhoods Committee, we have ordinance number 1704-2020 to authorize the Director of Neighborhoods to enter into a grant agreement with the Columbus Next Gen Corporation for construction costs associated with the renovation of the building at 1464 Cleveland Avenue, the former Eagle Market, to establish a fresh foods market and charitable pharmacy, and to authorize the Director to execute other agreements with Next Gen that are deemed necessary for the renovation and use of this building, to authorize the transfer and appropriation and expenditure of $1.5 million from the Community Development Block Grant Fund, and declare an emergency. This new community hub will advance implementation of the One Linden Community Plan by providing critical and stable access to health, fresh food, and access to free prescriptions for low-income and uninsured families, and space for ongoing community engagement. This investment will also support additional community investment on Cleveland Avenue by revitalizing a property that has been previously designated as a public nuisance due to drug sales and liquor law violations. This project will help address health disparities in our community and advance the One Linden's plan to support resident health's big idea. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. And finally, I'd like to move to the Technology Committee.
Sure.
Thank you. In the Technology Committee, we have ordinance number 1680-2020 to authorize the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of the Department of Technology to establish a purchase order utilizing an Ohio State Term Schedule contract STS 033-53405 with CDW Government LLC for the McAfee annual software maintenance and support to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the city code to authorize the expenditure of $155,734.50 from the Department of Technology's Information Services Division's Information Services Operating Fund and declare an emergency. This ordinance will provide for annual software maintenance and support every existing McAfee's cyber software used to protect the city email and workstations from viruses and other malicious applications. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Next, I have ordinance number 1730-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology to enter into a construction contract with CDW Government LLC to obtain hardware, software, licensing, and professional services in support of the city's telework program, to authorize the expenditure of $1,830,962.94 from the Department of Technology's CARES Act Fund, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance authorizes the Director of the Department of Technology to obtain hardware, software, licensing, and professional services in support of the city's telework program. Due to the spread of COVID-19 in the city, it has been necessary for DOT to expand its telework program, thus enabling a far greater number of city employees to work remotely. By entering this contract, the department can obtain necessary expanded materials as previously mentioned. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Next, I have ordinance number 1732-2020 to authorize the director of the Department of Technology on behalf of various city departments to modify an agreement with Convergent One, Inc. for hardware, software, maintenance, and support of professional services to enable the city's interactive voice response system to utilize telework to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the city code, to authorize the expenditure of $1,306,494.02 from the Department of Technology's CARES Act Fund, and to declare an emergency. Due to COVID-19, 311, BZS, and public utilities are extending the city's existing city call centers to provide for remote access for call center staff and to support telework. Also, Columbus Public Health will create an on-site and remote call center utilizing IVR for its staff, contractors, and volunteers to provide COVID-19 testing and contract tracing services to the public, which will include the remote telephone access plan by Columbus Public Health, which will be funded by this ordinance. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, I have ordinance number 1757-2020 to authorize the Finance and Management Director to establish a purchase order contract on behalf of the Department of Technology using the Ohio State Term Schedule STS 033-53605 with CDW Government LLC to acquire hardware, software, and software licenses and professional services to mitigate the city's current Cisco ASA and Juniper SRX 4100 platforms to security solutions leveraging the Palo Alto security platform, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code, to authorize the expenditure of $478,265.40 for the above stated purpose, and declare an emergency. This acquisition is being done as part of an overall enterprise systems upgrade. The contract term period for the professional services to undertake the mitigation will be 1 year, starting on the date of the confirmed/certified purchase order by the Columbus City Auditor's Office. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. I now have ordinance number 1765-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology on behalf of the Director of the Department of Neighborhoods to enter in a contract with Rock Solid Technology, Inc. for provisioning and hosting of a new 311 rapid response system, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code, to authorize the expenditure of $1 million from the Department of Technology Capital Improvement Bond Fund, and to declare an emergency. This new system will enhance the 311 customer experience, improve internal workflows, and allow for better usage of data. Replacing the system that has been used for 311, it first opened in 2006 and allowed Columbus 311 Service Center to have the up-to-date functionality that our residents and staff here at the city expect. Rock Solid Technology will help the city deliver an extensive list of system requirements created in partnership with the Department of Public Service, Development, Building and Zoning Services, Health, Recreation and Parks, Safety, Public Utilities, as well as Celebrate One. Use of a commercial off-the-shelf system adapted in other communities will provide Columbus 311 with an ongoing access to industry best practices. And if anyone out there is watching the council meeting is a 311 nerd like me, you will be very excited to know that this will be a really big upgrade coming to our system to help facilitate better utilization of requests from city residents for city services. Certainly want to thank both the Department of Technology and the Department of Neighborhoods, but in particular, Todd Deffendorfer, Deputy Director at the department, who's been working on this project for quite a while. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance number 1793-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology to enter in agreements with the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission and the Franklin County Educational Service Center for broadband access and learning devices to 10,000 students. to authorize expenditure of $1.5 million in Federal CARES Act funding to reimburse the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission and the Franklin County Educational Service Center for the above, and to declare an emergency. To explain this ordinance more in detail, I'd like to invite Council President Pro Tem Elizabeth Brown to speak about her work on this ordinance. President Pro Tem?
Thank you so much, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Dorans. Thank you for bringing this forward. Closing the digital divide is a no-brainer for 21st century education. And every student deserves access, but especially now. So this pilot program will address digital access needs for households with school-age children. The target start date is expected to be around August 1st, and the pilot will last approximately 1 year. I really want to note that both MORPC and the city will continue to pursue long-term solutions to increasing broadband access for all families. But in the midst of this pandemic and its restrictions and its new burdens on accessing education, it's important to take this short-term step now. I especially want to thank my legislative aide, Kelsey Ellingson, for her work with MORPC to make this pilot program a reality. There are many people in our community who've really united around this mission to help connect more kids right now, and their leadership also brought us here. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this ordinance, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. Back to you, Councilmember Dorans.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Brown. Certainly could not have said it better myself, and appreciate your work and your staff's work on this ordinance. Do any other council colleagues have any questions or comments? I don't see or hear any, so I will move for passage.
Second.
Oh, there you go. It's fine.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance number 1796-2020 to authorize the Director of Department of Technology to enter into an agreement with the Columbus City School District to enable the district to procure 20,000 student computers and related software licenses and warranties as part of the district's educational technology and virtual learning plan, to authorize expenditure of $7,150,000 in Federal CARES Act funding to reimburse the district for the above, and to declare an emergency. Without concrete plans for back to school, it is likely that many students will spend a portion of this year learning in a blended environment, both in person and virtually. It's critical that students have access to the internet, which these devices can provide. At this time, I would like to again turn it over to Council President Pro Tem Brown to talk more about what this legislation will do and her work on it.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Dorans. This is another part of our efforts to support kids and families through the pandemic, and to bridging the digital divide, again, is good policy for families and good policy for kids any day of the year and any year of the decade. But right now, in the middle of this pandemic, it's critically important. So we must do everything we can, continue to do whatever we can to support kids and families. And I want to note that at a time when voices are amplifying a generational conversation about racial equity and justice, we have to remember that education is a cornerstone of that work. I'm really proud that this council is passing 3 pretty critical issues for education tonight. That's this one, the previous ordinance, and our early childhood education funding. But if we are serious about equity in our community, we cannot let our foot off the gas when it comes to focusing on our kids. Post-pandemic, children are going to have long-standing trauma and challenges to work through. While children aren't bearing the brunt of the medical issues in the coronavirus pandemic, we have to recognize what they are struggling through right now. And this is going to take long-term focus on our youth from everyone who has any hand in doing so. So again, Councilmember Dorans, thank you for bringing this forth. And I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this measure And I know that it will be a difference maker for so many kids in CCS.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Brown. And again, appreciate your work and your staff's work and council and all the partnerships that went into really developing both pieces of legislation that I just read. So with that, I'd like to move for passage.
Second.
Rob, before you pass, I was going, hey.
Shayla.
That's okay.
I apologize. I can't see anyone on screen right now. So Councilmember Tyson, I apologize.
So I too, not just want to compliment the work not only from your committee as well as President Pro Tem Brown's committee in regards to this work. And certainly as we get to my committee, the crucial, why this is so important to being able to do additional work with our young people. And so unless you have the technology to be able to not only to be able to continue with your academics, there's some other trauma and challenges our young people are having based upon what's happening with COVID. And so I'm just very appreciative of having the additional computers as well as the having the network to be able to utilize a network so that our children can be able to move forward, not only academically, but also in terms of their overall health. And so I appreciate this legislation that's been presented tonight to help our children to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. I apologize for not recognizing you a moment ago. Do any other council colleagues have any questions or comments? And if you do, please speak up because I don't have anyone on my screen at the moment. Hearing none, I would move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Reed, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Council President Harden, with your permission, I'd like to return to the first reading portion of our agenda for the Technology Committee on page 2.
Please.
Thank you. I have ordinance number 1706-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology to renew an agreement with Columbus FiberNet, LLC for the fiber optic cable maintenance services for the CFN fiber duct system in support of the city's fiber optic infrastructure, and to authorize the expenditure of $72,229.80 the Department of Technology's Information Services Division, Information Services Operating Fund. The city owns approximately 600 miles of fiber optic cabling in various strand quantity totals throughout the city. Services are needed to regularly inspect and maintain these assets and provide fiber optic cable maintenance services in the event of an unforeseen damage to the fiber optic network. This agreement provides labor, equipment, and other materials needed to ensure reliable operation of the fiber network. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Hearing none, I would first move to waive second reading.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Reed, Tyson, President Harden.
Waived.
Thank you. I would now like to move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Reed, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Lastly, in the Technology Committee, we have ordinance number 1779-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Technology on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Diversity and Inclusion to enter into a contract with B2G Now / Reply Inc. for provisioning and hosting of a citywide supplier diversity management system, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the city code, to authorize the expenditure of $247,400 from the Department of Technology Capital Improvement Bond Fund. The city requires a new management system to fulfill the requirements of City Code 39, Executive Order 2020-03, and the findings of the 2019 Columbus Disparity Final Report. B2G Now / Axe Reply Inc. will help the city implement its supplier diversity management system and integrate it with the city's financial and data management systems, and provide hosting services to support ongoing operations. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Hearing none, I first move to waive second reading.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Waived.
Thank you. I now move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. That's all I have in my committees this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Sharon. The next committee to come before council is the Public Service and Transportation Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Favor. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in Public Service and Transportation, we have ordinance number 1654-2020 to authorize the Director of Public Service to enter into contract with Strasser Paving Company for the ADA Ramp Project Citywide Curb Ramps 2020 project, to appropriate funds within the Transportation Grants Fund, to authorize the expenditure of up to $243,571.62 from the Street Construction Maintenance and Repair Fund for the project, to repay any unused grant funds at the end of the grant period, and to declare an emergency. This project consists of over 200 ADA curb ramps at various locations in Columbus based on the 311 service request ramp priority list. I want to just remind residents of how important it is to utilize the city's 311 system, as this is how our department can best identify areas of concern. It is because of those service requests that the Department of Public Service will be able to make some of the appropriate upgrades at over 200 locations across the city. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I will move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance number 1772-2020 to amend the 2019 capital improvement budget, to authorize the appropriation of $1,370,269.22 in the Street and Highway Improvements Non-Bond Fund, to authorize the Director of Public Service to execute a contract modification with the General Construction Company relative to the Grandview Yard, 3rd Avenue Railroad Bridge project, to make an auditor's certificate authorizing the expenditure of funds for this contract modification contingent upon receipt of funding from NRI Equity Land Investments, to authorize the expenditure of up to $1,370,269.22 in the Street and Highway Improvements Non-Bond Fund for this contract modification, and to declare an emergency. The improvements occurring within this project include widening and reconstructing 3rd Avenue from a point 375 feet west of the CSX Railroad Bridge to a point 400 feet east of the bridge, constructing a new 3-lane roadway known as Rail Street to the south of 3rd Avenue, installing a shared use path and a sidewalk within the project limits, and replacing the CSX Railroad overpass and the traffic signal at the intersection of 5th Avenue and Hill Road. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Council President, that's all I have in public service. May I move on to housing?
Please.
Up first in housing, we have 1787-2020 to authorize the appropriation and expenditure of $605,286.60 of the 2019 Home Investment Partnerships Program, total set aside from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to authorize the appropriation and expenditure of $595,225.45 of the 2020 Home Investment Partnership Program, total set aside from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to authorize the Director of Development, to enter into contract with Franklinton Development Association for the Town Square Station project in an amount up to $1,300,000, including $99,487.95 from an existing auditor's certificate, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance represents the first land trust project that will be utilized for rental housing, providing permanently affordable housing in the Franklinton neighborhood. Director Stevens, can you provide us with some additional details in regards to this project?
Yes, thank you, President Harden, Chair Favor, members of council. This will be 10 new units of rental for families with a average medium income of 50% or less. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Director Stevens or myself? Seeing none, I'd move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
And last but certainly not least, we have ordinance number 1810-2020 to authorize the Director of Development to modify a contract with the Impact Community Action Agency in an amount up to $7,350,000 and modify the scope of services included in the original contract to authorize an expenditure of up to $7,350,000 and to declare an emergency. This ordinance will allow the city to direct an additional $7.35 million to Impact Community Action to continue and expand their work with the Hope Fund, providing emergency rental assistance to families in need and to help prevent evictions. Although in some ways life is returning to normal and individuals and businesses are moving forward, we know that many families are still struggling with the financial impact of the pandemic. Grappling with paying rent, child care costs, food, and other basic necessities was difficult for some before the pandemic hit, and it continues to be an even greater challenge now. Many families continue to suffer from unemployment and underemployment, and many protections, including the federal housing moratorium and unemployment benefits, have come to an end or are very close to winding down. We cannot let up on our efforts to keep people safe and stably housed during this public health emergency. Evictions are still occurring, and we must do everything we can to help families avoid this crippling action. I'm happy that we are able to provide more of these funds for Columbus residents. I'd like to ask Bo Chilton, CEO of Impact, to provide us with an update on their work thus far. Bo, you there?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Favor. I appreciate your leadership, and I thank the city of Columbus for their support. We know that there were 1,200 evictions prior to the June 1st moratorium being lifted. Our community has responded in a phenomenal way, led by the city of Columbus, who, with this investment, is now investing over $10 million in trying to prevent evictions in our community. We know that this is important work because if we are to stop the spread of COVID-19, then we cannot overwhelm our shelter system. I'm happy to say that we have served over 675 customers to date, have spent about $1.4 million with a little bit of over $2,000 per household. With these dollars, we expect to be able to serve 4,000 households between now and the end of December. And there is additional funding that we have been able to secure that will enable us to continue to serve people at least through February. Our hope and our advocacy is that the federal government realizes the importance of this issue. If we're to stop the pandemic, we need to have people sheltered in place. And so we continue to do that work. We are at the eviction court, which is being held now at the convention center on the front lines. And we have been very successful in helping to avert many of those evictions. However, not in all cases. There are some landlords who, for reasons other than non-payment of rent, have not participated in this program. And in those cases, we really work to help relocate those families. Again, this is about public safety, and I am happy to say that we have over 21 partners to date that have signed up to work with us. So this really isn't just funding for Impact. This is funding for a system of partners who have worked together to try and make sure that we keep people safe and housed safely in their apartments.
Thank you so much, Bo, for your advocacy, commitment to serving our families, and for working alongside with our other community partners that are doing this work as well in our community. Thank you. Director Stevens, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, President Harden, Chair Favor, members of council. I would add that we are extending the opportunity from families that are at the 200% poverty level to the 80% AMI income level, which extends the pool of individuals who are eligible quite a bit. It also, before you had to have an eviction filed, now you're able to pursue these dollars by just falling behind on the rent as an impact of COVID. So we're expanding the dollars available to our community members. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either Director Stevens or for Bo Chilton? I truly want to underscore the work that the Department of Development and our housing partners have done to help facilitate this legislation, to further support it. And I think it's truly key that the legislation will now be expanded to include families before the crisis actually hit, that being an actual eviction being filed. It demonstrates that we are committed to being proactive in our assistance to help people that are in some of the most vulnerable periods of their life. So thank you for that work. And with that, I move for passage.
Second.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and thank you to Bo for the work that you guys are doing. This is another area where the chair has spent countless hours working with all the community partners, her colleagues on council, to put forward these rental assistance dollars and all the work that she's been doing as well, working with the Department of Development. So just kudos for good work as we continue to support folks who are dealing with this the housing insecurity due to COVID. Please call the roll.
By voice, please, Council President.
Thank you so much for this. Is by voice.
Ms. Brown?
Abstain. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Dorans?
Yes.
Ms. Favor?
Yes.
Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson?
Yes.
President Harden?
Yes, ordinance is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Economic Development Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Remy. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Council President Harden. I have 3 items in Economic Development Committee this evening. This ordinance and the following are related. First ordinance is ordinance number 1613-2020 to authorize the Director of Development to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to enter into an enterprise zone agreement with Pinchel and Company, LLC, for a tax abatement of 75% for a period of 10 consecutive years in consideration of a total proposed capital investment of approximately $29,680,750 and the creation of 20 net new full-time permanent positions with an estimated annual payroll of approximately $624,000 and with an estimated project start date of October 2020. Pinchel and Company is a privately owned real estate investment company that focuses on development, acquisition, operation, and portfolio management throughout the United States. The company has acquired more than 30 million square feet of institutional-grade industrial product and owns approximately 5 million square feet at any given time. Pinchel and Company serves a range of tenants, including Fortune 500 companies, government agencies, and investment-grade companies. Pinchel and Company was founded in 1986 and is headquartered in Houston, Texas. Pinchel and Company is proposing to invest a total project cost of approximately $29,680,750, which includes approximately $1.5 million in leasehold improvements, $2.18 million in acquisition costs, and $26 million in real property improvements to construct a new speculative distribution and warehouse facility consisting of approximately 583,740 square feet at 1594 London Groveport Road in Columbus. The company anticipates that the development of the proposed project will lead to the relocation of an unknown number of positions from within the city of Columbus and the creation of 20 net new full-time permanent positions with an estimated new annual payroll of approximately $624,000 at the proposed project site. Director Stevens, do you have any additional details that you'd like to share this evening?
Thank you, President Hardin, Chair Ramey, members of council. We're excited to see this continued investment down in the Rickenbacker area, not only in Ordinance 1613-2020, but as well as 1627-2020. 1627-2020. Both of these projects are being a speculative development that keeps us competitive across the country in attracting logistics and fulfillment jobs, as well as by providing this abatement, it makes us competitive in that Rickenbacker area where we're competing with both Groveport and Obetz in their existing tax abatement areas that they have in place. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, we do have one speaker on the agenda this evening on this particular ordinance. It's Joe Motil. Joe, welcome back to council. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and any group you may be associated with.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good. Okay. President Hardin, members of City Council, Joe Motil, 167 West Cook Road, Columbus, Ohio. I am really so damn tired of Mayor Ginther, as development directors and city council members being so blind to this unnecessary and ongoing theft of property tax revenue at Rickenbacker and other risk-free development areas in Columbus. Are you listening, President Hardin? Councilmember Tyson, Favor, Dorans, Brown? 3 weeks ago was another so-called speculative warehouse deal where you gave away $3.4 million in tax abatements to a company that promised to create 4 $15 an hour jobs. And tonight you're probably going to give away a $13.8 million tax abatement for a warehouse deal that claims to create 40 $15 an hour distribution warehouse jobs. And mind you, there's no reasonably close bus stops to this facility. Pinchel and Company is already a successful player at Rickenbacker and have already robbed us for $1.75 million in tax abatements last year. They also own and are making money off of 2 other former speculative warehouses that they purchased in 2017. And I'm really tired of the use of the term speculative, as if these warehouse developers are risking putting up millions of dollars at Rickenbacker. It's a crock, and we all know it. Columbus Business First today reported that Rickenbacker Shipping and Air Transportation Company, Forward Air, is going to invest $40 million into its existing facility due to an uptick in business. The company's CEO stated, and I quote, "It's perfectly located and there's tremendous growth as a distribution center. The commitment is there and it's in the perfect place." Business First even reported that, quote, "Central Ohio's warehouse market was so hot last year that the only impediment developers saw as of January was a shortage of available land," end of quote. What the hell does this tell you? These developers don't need a tax break. The quality of life of everyday people and families in our neighborhoods are getting clobbered due to those not paying their fair share of taxes and your continued empty-headed pandering to these developers. You've all heard the cries of inequality over the last 2 months of this city council, and you have stated, quote, that you are focused on eradicating systemic racism, police misconduct, and social injustice through every means possible. You are obviously not focused on eradicating the social injustice of our public educational system by your continuation of granting tax abatements. The talk is cheap. It worsens every time you approve of one. The tax abatement policies have resulted in the disinvestment of educational opportunities of the Black and multiracial students that make up 61% of the students who are enrolled at Columbus Public Schools. Tax abatements contribute to our 30% property foreclosure rate. They benefit developers of high-end rentals to reduce the number of true affordable housing units. This year alone, you have already given away property tax savings to developers totaling $41.8 million. You pass this tonight, it goes to $55.6 million and $364 million over the last 57 months. Your failed tax abatement policies have heavily contributed to Columbus as being designated as the second most economically segregated city in America. When is it ever going to stop?
Thank you so much, Mr. Rotil. Appreciate you coming back down to council. Director Stevens, do you have any further comments you'd like to make on this particular ordinance?
Thank you, President Hart and Chair Remy. But for these abatements, we would not be seeing this level of investment down the Rickenbacker area and other job centers across Columbus. I'd be happy to answer any questions from City Council.
Could you go into a little bit more detail in what speculative means and what it does for our, like when we're trying to attract companies from outside Columbus to Columbus, Ohio?
Yeah, happy to do that. What we find is we need developers who will take that risk of putting up a building without a tenant. When they do that, we need to market the region as well as Columbus and help fill those buildings by bringing those jobs in. So at a point there, we've had some success in filling these buildings up after this construction has started, but the developers still taking the risk of making that initial investment to start the construction, buy the land, start the construction, and make the infrastructure improvements necessary to operate the facility.
Thank you so much, Director. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening?
Chair,
I move. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Councilmember Brown.
Director Stevens, can you speak to the question regarding public transportation and public access to the locations that are being discussed with regards to Rickenbacker?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Brown, members of council. We continue to work with Central Ohio Transit Authority and other providers of some of the challenges of getting down into the Rickenbacker area and providing that transportation that is needed. If you look at the ULI study that came out last year, one of the corridors for high capacity transit was the southern corridor to get to Rickenbacker because of the importance of it as a job center. So there's challenges there. We continue to work with the businesses to understand their needs. I know as a CODA board member, the importance of economic development and their participation and meeting those needs for our workforce is critical. So it's an item that continues to need to be resolved and worked on, but is one that's a top priority.
Thank you, Michael. And anything that this council can do to try and enhance that, feel free to get to us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Favor.
If I could just underscore Councilmember Mitch Brown's point, as Chair of Public Service and Transportation, not only is it if there's something that we can do as council to support those conversations, but to expedite those conversations. I agree with the comments that were made about making sure that we have adequate transportation to Rickenbacker to ensure that all people have access to these jobs when they become available. Thank you.
We certainly appreciate the work that the CEO at CODA, Joanna Pinkerton's been doing, and especially around surrounding microtransit. But I can't agree with my colleagues more. This is of utmost importance and a high priority. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hart.
My next related ordinance is 1627-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to enter into an enterprise zone agreement with Penchel and Company, LLC for a tax abatement of 75% for a period of 10 consecutive years in consideration of a total proposed capital investment of approximately $29,680,750 and the creation of 20 net new full-time permanent positions with an estimated annual payroll of approximately $624,000 with an anticipated project start date of March 2022. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll. Passed.
Lastly, in economic development, we have ordinance 1647-2020 to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to repeal ordinance 954-2020 and replace with this ordinance and enter into an enterprise zone agreement with Settle Mooter Electric LT Limited and 7-Eleven Claycraft LLC for a tax abatement of 65% for a period of 10 consecutive years in consideration of the company's proposed capital investment of $1,650,000 in real property improvements, the retention of 175 full-time permanent positions, and the creation of 20 new full-time permanent positions. On May 18, 2020, City Council approved Ordinance 954-2020, approving a 65% 10-year tax abatement for Settle Mutter Electric and 7-Eleven Clay Craft. Prior to City Council approval of that ordinance, school board notification was provided to the Columbus City School District in error and not to the Gahanna Jefferson City School District. The city was subsequently advised of this by the Gahanna Jefferson City School District, and the Gahanna Jefferson City School District has subsequently received proper notice. This being so, there is a need to rescind Ordinance 954-2020 and take action on this ordinance to approve the enterprise zone agreement. The Department of Development recommends 65% 10-year enterprise zone tax abatement on real property improvements. The Gahanna Jefferson School District has been advised of this project. Director Stevens, do you have any additional comments you'd like to share?
I do not. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. May I proceed to the Environment Committee?
Please.
Thank you. This evening, I'm proud to introduce Ordinance 1801-2020 to authorize Columbus City Council to enter into contract with Griffin Communication in support of the Cleaner Columbus Initiative, to authorize an appropriation and expenditure within the Neighborhoods Initiative subfund, and to declare an emergency. Griffin Communication will launch the Greener Columbus message platform and mission throughout Columbus with focus on school communities and neighborhoods. They will assist in developing a partnership with Columbus City Schools, leadership, and plan to work with elementary, middle, and high school students at specific schools. City Council's goals include incorporating its new Cleaner Columbus mascot and messaging with Keep Columbus Beautiful's Pick It Up and Design Challenge and service credit programs. They will utilize high-impact marketing and public relations messaging and graphic design for each targeted audience, including students and their families, Columbus residents, neighborhood leaders, professional associations, and volunteers. They will implement a creative texting campaign to create awareness and interest in learning more about Cleaner Columbus and how to participate. They will provide a social media plan with calendar to be where target audiences are on a almost daily basis. A Cleaner Columbus social media plan can inform, motivate, and direct traffic to website to engage participants in litter mitigation activities. As a result of our litter summits over a year ago and several community discussions held since 2018, I'm excited to sponsor this item and engage Lisa Griffin and her team, Sherry Palmer, and Keep Columbus Beautiful, as well as our environmental stewards, as we work to build a campaign to educate our students and general public about the pitfalls of littering and how to properly dispose of waste. Columbus is indeed America's opportunity city and a great place to live, work, and raise a family. But we do have some work to do as it relates to creating a cleaner, more engaged Columbus. It is my hope that over the course of the next year, we can begin to do just that. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
And that's all I have in the Environment Committee this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Health and Human Services Committee. The committee is chaired by Councilmember Tyson. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Harden. Before I begin with second reading, I would like to provide some background information about several of the programs and initiatives that I'm sponsoring. It is also important that I mention that this week I am honoring Black girls. And I began the meeting with the Crown Act resolution that was co-sponsored by Councilmember Favor, which is important to many girls and women as well as men that still in 2020 face challenges with wearing their natural hair. In addition, the rollout of the Commission on Black Girls report will be this coming Thursday, July 30th at 10 at 10:30 a.m. I want to thank my colleagues also for all the work on developing policies that will support our city in reimagining policing. However, racial inequities affect the criminal justice system. African Americans are disproportionately impacted by challenges and inequities, including the social determinants of health, which consist of housing, crime, incarceration, education, employment, poverty, food insecurity, healthcare, and public safety. This legislation I'll be considering this evening is part of an equity agenda to support Black girls, a segment of our population that many times goes unrecognized. Over the last couple of months, I've convened human service leaders and educators in our community about the needs of Black girls related to COVID. From these conversations, I've learned that COVID-19 exacerbated the existing needs of Black girls while creating some new challenges. Themes that I gathered from these conversations included a need for additional mental health services. Girls are feeling isolated. There are increasing thoughts of suicide among girls. Need for funding to pay for mental health clinicians that work with Black girls. Girls are in need of resiliency, self-esteem programming, as well as mentorship. Girls desire more peer-to-peer conversations and interaction with school being held remotely. Adultification is a concern, with girls increasingly taking on more adult responsibilities of caring for siblings and additional household chores. We also discussed the need for technology such as tablets, Wi-Fi, data plans, as well as other educational supports such as learning kits that students can use at home. Other critical resources such as food, housing, diapers, sanitizing products were needed. In addition, there have been some key findings of a recent survey conducted by ROCKS, an organization ruling our experiences, an organization, focused on girls, provided additional insight about girls during COVID-19. Loneliness and isolation are negatively impacting teen girls at alarmingly high rates. Most girls, this is 80% or more, are lonely and isolated since the onset of COVID-19. And a full one-third are much more lonely or isolated. The majority of girls found the upheaval associated with COVID-19 was detrimental to their ability to organize and concentrate and complete their schoolwork. Most, 59%, reported difficulty with academic, executive functioning skills such as organization and concentration, and more than half struggled to keep up with their schoolwork. COVID-19 markedly amplified the stress levels of teen girls. Nearly half of the high school girl reported experiencing higher stress levels than before the pandemic, with 42 reporting that their life is harder than it was before. So this evening on second reading, I'm asking council to consider 4 ordinances to fund programs and 1 ordinance to fund a major initiative that will address many of the issues that Black girls are experiencing during COVID. And before I begin to talk about that legislation, I know that I want to share one other article that was just recently out on July the 14th from ProPublica, and this is for coronavirus. A teenager didn't do her online schoolwork. Now, we've already heard in my comments tonight about how difficult that was. So a judge sent her to juvenile detention, and she's a 15-year-old Black girl in Michigan. And so COVID is certainly having, again, considerable issues and concerns for our girls. And so I have, as I said, I have a meeting with some organizations, and those organizations tonight, I am bringing legislation forward. Before I bring it forward, I'm going to ask those organizations to kind of quickly, because they've been here most of the evening. I'm going to ask them if they will initially share share a little bit about the work that they're going to be doing. So Dwayne Cesaris from Directions for Youth and Families, I think it's not, I think it's going to be, so Tashia Safford from the Center for Healthy Families, John Dawson, Community for New Directions, and I think it is either going to be Tamar Forrest or Jackie Calderon from the Central Community House. And if I could ask them each to just say a few words about the legislation that the legislation that will be read tonight based upon the work that they're doing for Black girls during COVID.
Good evening, President Hardin, Committee Chair Tyson, and all members of Columbus City Council. I'm Tashia Safford, President and CEO of the Center for Healthy Families. As you're aware, pregnancy changes everything. And for young moms and dads, it's even more difficult and uncertain. For the families that we serve in many residents, as you know, the pandemic compounded many challenges that they face daily, whether it be food insecurities, the need for rental assistance, unemployment, continuing their education, unattended health conditions, the need for work, and the list goes on and on. Although fragile, many of our families lost whatever sense of stability and foundation of support that they had in place. Our families were hit with a level of uncertainty that many of us will never experience. Some may liken it to a tornado. Along with our Human Service Chamber members, and many of us on the call today, the Center for Healthy Families, we never stopped. We never stopped providing education, diapers, food, safe sleep environments, enrichment, and support. We've continued our commitment and dedication to disenfranchised families. That includes young moms and dads. With your investment, we will continue to provide hope. The CARES Act funding will provide safety for those in unsafe housing and suffering from homelessness, abusive circumstances, and lacking basic needs. This funding will assist the center to increase our capacity, serving more families, providing telehealth visits. Additionally, it will allow us to provide additional units at Kenmore, which is a 56-unit complex in Linden that will house homeless youth that are parenting. In Kenmore, 68% of the residents are female, 47% are parenting, and 85% are Black. Youth in this program are provided with an apartment, age-appropriate services within the context of meeting their basic needs. These young people will work with crime victim specialists, community support providers, community support assistants, and a parent mentor. They will receive independent living instructions and mental health intervention and crisis support. At the center, we see the detrimental and life-threatening impacts that structural racism has had on our young moms and dads. When women in our community are 3 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related cause than a white woman, there's a real urgent problem. This is a matter of public health. The white-Black achievement gap is high as 1.5 years difference in some communities. When less than 40% of pregnant and parenting moms graduate from high school and less than 3% graduate from college by age 30, it's a matter that we all must address. This funding will support a pregnant and parenting youth lab to provide additional support for our teens in high school so that we may maintain our outcome of 8 out of 10 graduate from high school or advance to the next level. This funding will also address the digital divide, where our pregnant and parenting teams will not only receive hardware, but IT support that will lead to training and then jobs with our partner, Pearl Interactive. And lastly, it's important that during this crisis, we pay close attention to the care for the caregiver. So we will have a staff wellness initiative that is critical for our staff's resilience. This unexpected health emergency has created feelings of uncertainty, frustration, anger, fear, and anxiety in our healthcare and human services sector. So with this CARES Act funding, it literally calms the winds. It allows our young moms and dads to regain a sense of safety and balance in their lives. This funding will make a difference for all families and reach those disproportionately impacted by where they live and by the color of their skin. Councilmember Tyson and all members of council, again, I thank you for your leadership, your investment, and the passing of this legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Safford. Dwayne?
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. Tashia, great job. I don't have to say anything. You've covered all of our stuff. We actually work, our Teen Parent Connection program works very closely with, I actually serve on the President's Council of the Center for Healthy Families to work with Tashia, because really the work we do is so important that collaboration is just critical because the need out there is so great. Directions for Youth and Families, we have been a part of 3 national studies examining the impact of trauma, not only on individuals, but in our communities. Our ACEs work, actually pre-COVID, was looking at adding 4 more variables, 3 of them being poverty, racism, and bullying. And this was before COVID hit and before the Black Lives Matter movement, because we understand what trauma is and what it does to the communities and the people who we serve. We all know now from all the statistics that anybody who has a trauma score of 6 or higher, life expectancy goes down 20 years. What isn't always known is that scores of 7 or higher are predominantly women, and scores of 8 or higher are Black girls and Black women. Trauma inside of our communities is disproportionately affecting women of color, and we have to do something about that. We have to. To me, this isn't just an issue of responding to COVID. This really is an issue of social justice. We have 3 trauma programs: our sexual abuse program, our domestic violence program, and our children of murdered parents and siblings program, that it's very difficult that if we go to work with somebody, if they don't fit in one of those boxes and it doesn't meet certain guidelines of a funding resource, then we have to modify services for that individual. What we plan to do, we have over 60 licensed therapists. 38 of our licensed therapists are people of color, and these are all licensed counselors and licensed social workers. We serve over 6,000 kids in our community, and the majority being people of color. We want to be able to serve Black women, Black girls, without having to jump and fit into certain categories of what funding parameters might restrict us with. So we plan to be able to serve across all of our trauma programs. The fact of the matter is, the people that we serve don't just have one issue. They have many issues. And these issues are just compounded by the communities that we live in. And we have to do something from a social justice standpoint to address it. To me, this is just a first step in looking at how the disproportionate relationship of trauma scores to Black girls and Black women must be addressed. And we appreciate the council's support in moving this agenda forward.
Thank you, Dwayne. Let's see. We have John, and I think there's Jackie.
Hello, everyone. How are you, Council? And thank you for allowing us time to speak about this program. It's very important where we are today in America, and African-American girls that we are serving are typically at least a grade or more behind. And what we propose to do is assist this population in increasing at least 1 grade within 2 grading periods. And we've done this with our 11 to 14-year-olds, and we're proposing now to do it with 8 to 10-year-olds. What we're doing is we're purchasing 45 tablets to assist in after-school programming during COVID. We know that quite often there's a computer that's going to be given to the family, but there's other siblings in the family that won't have access. So we're trying to bridge the education from the school system to the house. Looking at some of the stats, nearly all of these girls attend Columbus City schools. Overall rating for Columbus City schools remains a D. 3rd and 4th and 5th graders attending Columbus City schools state tested in 2017 at 50% in language and math. The K through 3 literacy rate was 43%. So we work in 21 different Columbus City schools, and we have for over 30 years. And this opportunity is a needed opportunity as a result of COVID. But despite COVID, assistance needs to go to these families who are far behind the poverty line. And so we just thank you again for allowing us to be a part of such a great effort.
Thank you, John. And lastly, for this, I think is Jackie. Are you still on the line?
Yes, I
All right, Jackie.
So again, thank you so much for including us in this legislation. We are an youth arts program, and we typically engage young people in a mixture of young men and girls, boys and girls, in our classes. And so this is the first time that we're able to specifically focus on the needs of our Black girls, and we're very excited about this. I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said, but these are terribly difficult times for our Black girls, and they're taking on so many responsibilities. We've seen that isolation. They're very upset about missing out on classes and being able to get together with one another. They have so much responsibility for their younger siblings at home. So our program will serve 70 Black girls, but we will have a core group of 24, and they'll be broken up into very intimate groups of 6 girls per group, so that we can really dive in deeply into the issues that they're dealing with and help them to strongly develop their leadership skills, their connections, to support them in their individual needs through our artistic programming, but also through the vast resources, the terrific support available through Central Community House and our team there, so we can look at the needs that are facing their families, their mental health needs, and then also, of course, with our wide range of partners. So again, developing that core leadership group, we're ranging our girls from age 11 to 22, and again, our first focus will be those who are the eldest girls in their family, because we're finding that those are the ones that hit the hardest with the greatest responsibilities, and then including more girls after that. But we're very excited about the opportunity to connect with them, take them in for a special session to have their hair done with natural hair care, having a professional photograph done with the amazing photographer Tariq Turay, developing vision boards with them, and then again working intensively through these Saturday workshops, and then of course including them in all of our ongoing workshops. So we're tremendously grateful for the support, and we're so excited to see what comes out of this core group of amazing young women.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. So what I want to do now is just really read this part of the legislation, and then we will I'll talk about the remainder. So it's ordinance number, I'm sorry, go back. So ordinance number 1769-2020. It is to authorize the Director of Development to enter into a grant agreement with Directions for Youth and Families and support their COVID-19 outreach to Black girls, and to authorize and transfer appropriations, to authorize expenditure, and to declare an emergency. And again, this ordinance will also touch girls in zip codes 43232, 43205, 43201. They will serve an additional 70 girls. They will also have an additional clinician to work with the girls. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues in regards to this ordinance? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Tyson,
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1770-2020. Is to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to enter into a grant agreement with Central Community House in support of Transit Arts and the Transit Arts Program, and to authorize a transfer of appropriations, and to authorize the expenditure, and to declare an emergency. If there are no questions or comments in regards to this ordinance, I think Jackie certainly shared the information very well. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Tyson, President Harden.
And thank you. And the next ordinance is ordinance number 1777-2020. It's for Health and Human Service, 1777. It's to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to enter into a grant agreement with the Center for Healthy Families in support of COVID-19 outreach and efforts to Black Girl, and to authorize the transfer of appropriations to authorize an expenditure and to declare an emergency. And this will serve, again, 100 more pregnant and parenting teens. And I should probably state that this ordinance is for, the first one was for 75,000, the second one was for 52,000. I should say the amount, I'm sorry, 56,483. This ordinance will be for $320,000. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Thank you. And
Dorans, Favor, Tyson,
I'm so
President
sorry.
Harden.
I'm sorry.
Fast.
All right, thank you. And then this ordinance is ordinance number 1784-2020. It is to authorize the Director of the Department of Development to enter into a grant agreement with the Community for New Direction in support of their after-school program, to authorize a transfer of appropriations to authorizing expenditure within the CARES Act fund and to declare an emergency. And this is for supporting to purchase the 45 Galaxy tablet computers and screen protectors and covers and 3 charging stations that will be for their after-school program, and it will serve an additional 45 girls. And this is for $15,000. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Second.
Thank you. And
Please call the row.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. And so the next ordinance I have in my committee, I know that, again, I just mentioned that I worked with a number of agencies, the 4 agencies that we talked to previously, but there were 3 other organizations that were also invited, and they really came together to share what they would like to see happen for our girls in our community. And I would ask if, this is a partnership between Columbus City Schools and Miss Stephanie Patton, who is the principal of the Columbus Preparatory School for Girls, Fran Frazier, who was Sister Rise, as well as Aaron Hathaway from Aaron Pink. And I do believe that Miss Patton is on the phone, or in WebEx, and she wants to share the importance of this work. Ms. Patton?
Hi, thank you for having me. I just want to say thank you to City Council and the Commission on Black girls. As we know, some of the highest statistics in regard to caretaking and trauma do not always fare well for Black girls. And so given the opportunity to provide these extra resources and support during COVID is very important. We know that depression and anxiety run high with Black girls, and also in talking about the adultification of being at home and having to assist with caretaking and siblings and other responsibilities, as most of their parents are essential workers and are often at work needing support with these initiatives. And so we want to provide positive mental and physical support for these young ladies and have them see themselves in positive images, and also an outlet to be able to talk and discuss some of their concerns and things that they are going through during this time with COVID. Also to bring about an awareness of safety guidelines, the health guidelines, and how to...
I didn't know that. I mean, that's weird.
How to survive during this time as they are being socially isolated right now due to school not being in for summer break, and when school resumes, to be given that support instructionally and some of those soft skills that we need, to flourish in the future. So we want to provide as many avenues that we can for these young ladies and as many outlets so that we can reduce anxiety and depression, also to support them, during this time educationally as well.
Thank you, Principal Patton. And I think that if Aaron Hathaway wants to make any comments and or Fran Frazier. Ms. Patton, you probably have shared comments. And so what I will do now is talk about this next piece of legislation and move forward. Okay, so the next ordinance is Ordinance 1788-2020. It is being co-sponsored by my council colleague Mitchell Brown. It is to authorize the Columbus City Council to enter into a contract with PMM in support of their work with the Commission on Black Girls to provide COVID-19 outreach efforts to Black girls, to authorize a transfer of appropriations within and expended from the CARES Act Fund, to authorize a waiver of competitive bidding provisions of Columbus City codes, and to declare an emergency. And this legislation is for $634,000. In today's unprecedented times, African Americans continue to be disproportionately impacted across social, economic, and educational lines. Young Black girls have disproportionately been impacted during the crisis of COVID-19. To further increase the systemic inequities of race, gender, mental health and wellness, civic and social injustices, along with the areas that affect them, such as trauma, chronic depression, anxiety, raising siblings, and victims of bullying, detention, suspensions, and expulsion. It's spearheaded by this Commission on Black Girls. PMN will design a COVID programming to align with the economic, academic, and mental health and emotional well-being impacting our Black girls. PMM is a nationally recognized MBE accredited firm. PMM will use a multi-channeled approach, developing a movement to uplift, empower, and establish equity and create a community of caring for our Black girls. The firm will do planning, development, analysis, and execution of this multi-channeled approach. There will be interactive engagement, including a back-to-school prep, a back-to-school kickoff event, out-of-school advertising, broadcast show. We'll be working with CTV, digital and social media engagement, and grassroots engagement. PMN will design engagement opportunities to meet girls where they are and navigating the challenges of COVID-19, while fueling them to look forward to building success in academics, entrepreneurship, social and civic engagement, as well as self-care and wellness. This initiative is a partnership with Columbus City Schools, Aaron Pink, Rise Sister Rise. In addition to these partners, all the organizations that are receiving COVID-19 funding this evening will have girls participate in activities. We'll have a girls committee that will be providing input to this overall campaign. So there'll be a youth advisory committee that again will provide input into the planning process and events and activities. Are there any questions from my council colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Oh, I should also mention, thank you, that the reason that it is when I mentioned it was not competitive bidding is because of these are COVID dollars. And again, the girls have been obviously going through trauma, taking care of families since March. And so we want to begin to work, start moving very rapidly to support our girls. And also this PMM has worked with our city on a number of initiatives. Used to be the small business conference, but I think it's now called the Ohio Business Conference. They've also worked with Rex and Parks, so it is a known entity with with the city of Columbus. And so again, I thank Councilmember Mitchell Brown for supporting this work. And again, I move for passage.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Tyson, President Hart.
Passed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next ordinance is 1805-2020 is to authorize the Director of Development to execute agreements with various social service agencies and in a total amount of $1,035,000 to provide utility assistance grants to qualified individuals and households, and to authorize an expenditure of up to $1,035,000 from the CARES Act Fund, to authorize the payment of expenses starting March 1 of 2020, and to declare an emergency. Again, this is going to be provide utility assistance to our residents and their households. And some of the organizations that will be receiving these dollars are the Breathing Association, the YMCA, the Central Community House of Columbus, Jewish Family Services, Columbus Literacy Council, St. Stephen's Community House, Life Care Alliance, the Mid-Ohio Board of Independent Living, Catholic Social Services, CHRIS, Community Refugee and Immigration Service, and Gladden Community House, for a total of $1,035,000. And again, this will provide, funding will be used to provide utility assistance to qualified individuals for expenses that started March the 1st of 2020. These services included in this contract cannot be provided by existing city employees because their services are beyond the city's current staffing capacity. Any questions or comments regarding the legislation? This will help so many families. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
By voice.
Oh, I'm sorry. By voice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, President Pro Tem. I don't want to go any further, Chair Tyson, without congratulating you and thanking you for your leadership as it pertains to Black girls. As you said at the beginning of this meeting, this is 2 years of work in the making. And with COVID making its way through our community, as well as the social unrest, it is very timely that you roll out the announcement, but also the work that is going to uplift our young Black girls and make sure they have every opportunity to thrive. As a big supporter of My Brother's Keeper, I look forward to standing side by side with you as we do the collective work of making sure that all of our young people of color have all the support and know that this community has their back, and we'll do everything in our power to support them. So I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for all your work.
President Harden, I just, one comment I'll make, and and it just goes hand in hand, because when we realize that 60% of our young people live pretty well, I would say, yes, 60% of our young people really are living with their moms. And so moms are raising boys and girls. And so, yes, absolutely. The work that you're doing with MBK and the work that we are doing with the Commission on Black Girls, this work does go hand in hand. And so look forward to continuing our partnership.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving this forward. So I think
Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Brown?
Abstain.
Mr. Brown?
Before I get my vote, I have to say, Councilor Tyson, undeniably, my mom would be proud to know that her son was involved in the Commission of Black Girls. And I vote yes.
Mr. Dorans?
Yes.
Ms. Favor?
Before I voice my vote, I also want to offer my congratulations to Councilmember Tyson for 2 years of committing to ensuring that you not only point out what appears to be obvious to some of us, but to really get digging in, doing the hard work, using the data to help support initiatives, legislation that will truly be effective for young women of color in our community. So I look forward to all of these initiatives that you have rolled out this evening. And I also want to take a moment to just acknowledge all of the administrators that have participated on the call and provided us with additional feedback on what the legislation will look like in real time. So thank you to Councilmember Tyson and her team and the administrators that have done the work. And with that, my vote is yes.
Mr. Remy?
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't say congratulations on the culmination of your hard work. It was nice being Mrs. Patton on here earlier. My wife being a teacher for Mrs. Patton and teaching in the all-girls school here in Columbus. We know how important the work that you've been doing is to our community, to Black women, to the entire Central Ohio region. So thank you for this, and thank you for all the initiatives you have brought forth. And I am very proud to vote yes.
Ms. Tyson,
Yes.
President Harden.
I just want to say to my colleagues, I know that Thursday is, this is our last council meeting, and I know that after tonight, everyone wants to just say need a break. But I know that the rollout is on Thursday. But I'll just say it publicly right now. I certainly could not have done this work over the last 2 years without the support of you. And it does mean a lot that you have supported the legislation and this work to support our girls, and it is greatly appreciated. I look forward to working with you when we get back, once this report is rolled out, and have the opportunity to really sit down and share with you all the information that we have found out about our girls and how we can move forward. And so I think we just voted on the utility assistance, and so go back to this. And we are right, Angie. Now we're ready to go to 1807.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right. So ordinance 1807-2020 to amend ordinance 1643-2020, requiring the wearing of facial coverings in the city of Columbus to conform to the orders of the Ohio Department of Health in order to further reduce and prevent the spread of COVID-19, to allow for enforcement and assessment of a civil penalty of Columbus Public Health for the violation of said amended mandate, and to declare an emergency. I'm going to now ask, and I think Tiffany Cross, who's Assistant Health Commissioner, and Laura Baker Morrish, if they would want to speak to this ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. The ordinance here is just to make sure that the city code in this particular case is in alignment with the recent mask order announced by Governor DeWine. We were, of course, first to the table to make sure that this important legislation occurred. However, once the state did pass its own mask ordinance requirement, there were a few more areas where the state reached a little bit further than the city ordinance did. And this will just be a technical amendment to bring the city's prohibitions in line with the state prohibitions.
Are there any questions from my colleagues? I don't think, seeing none. I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is 1821-2020. And this is to require bars, nightclubs, and restaurants in the city of Columbus to limit times of operation for on-site consumption of food, beer, wine, and liquor to reduce and prevent the spread of COVID-19 through airborne and respiratory droplet transmissions, and to declare an emergency. Due to the ongoing and escalating health crisis and public health emergency to reduce and prevent the spread of COVID-19 through airborne and respiratory droplet transmissions, there exists a need to reduce the hours of operation for on-site consumption of food, beer, wine, and liquor, bars, nightclubs, and restaurants in the city of Columbus. And we also are going to have an amendment to this amendment. So what I'm going to do first and foremost, I think Dr. Mashika Roberts, Tiffany, I think she was going to speak on this. So is Dr. Roberts on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Roberts, we can hear you. So do you want to really share with the viewing and listening audience the rationale behind this ordinance, please?
Sure, happy to
So our country and our city have been battling the COVID-19 pandemic for over 4 months now. We now here in the city of Columbus have 12,000 cases and over 380 individuals who've lost their lives to COVID. Since June 1, when most of Columbus reopened, Columbus has seen a 220% increase in cases. The majority of our cases are between the ages of 20 and 39, with the vast majority being between the ages of 20 and 29. Just last week, the White House Coronavirus Task Force listed Columbus as one of 11 cities to watch for a surge in cases. This past weekend, Dr. Deborah Birx, who chairs the Coronavirus Task Force, was in town here in Columbus to talk to us about some of the challenges she sees with our data. And she gave us some advice of what we need to do here to control the spread of the virus and to prevent ourselves from becoming another Houston, Phoenix, or even Miami. So those three things that she wanted to make sure we had in place are a statewide mask mandate, which we have thanks to Governor DeWine, as well as a local mandate, which we passed thanks to City Council, as well as Mayor Ginther. She also said we should close or limit the hours that bars operate. And the third thing she encouraged us is to make sure we keep all of our gatherings under 10 people, and that includes in our own private residence. I can tell you that my team, who's been out doing compliance checks since the beginning of the pandemic when we had a stay-at-home order, making sure that stores were closed that were supposed to be closed or businesses were closed. And when businesses started to reopen, we started doing compliance checks to make sure they were following the state guidelines. From those compliance checks, we have seen multiple bars who have not been in compliance, have not been keeping their patrons 6 feet apart, and have been keeping and have not been keeping their patrons in their seats. And we've been seeing a lot of large congregating at these bars. And the majority of this happens after hours, usually after 10 o'clock in the evening. In addition to that, we get complaints from 311 as well as our COVID hotline that shows that residents are complaining about patrons of bars and restaurants not being compliant and spilling out into the sidewalks and things of that nature. So the legislation that you have in front of you is very important to help us control the spread of this virus in our community as quickly as we possibly can, so that we can try to get to some sense of normalcy and that we can prevent Columbus from being a headline that we don't want to have. So I really commend you for considering this legislation. On behalf of Mayor Ginther and all of my colleagues at Columbus Public Health, we find this vital to really controlling the spread of this virus in our community.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Can you also share, we have a number of speakers on this legislation, but can you also share, I know initially the legislation was going to be, I think bars and restaurants. I think you you did make a change on, I think maybe later Friday to make, you changed what the legislation would be in terms of, you talked about the pizza restaurants and restaurants that didn't have bars. Could you really share with the viewing and listening audience what this new legislation is stating in that regard?
So we made to make sure that we could accommodate takeout orders after 10 o'clock, realizing that there are people who want to eat and should eat after 10 o'clock at night. And so we wanted to make sure they would still be able to get carry out or delivery after that time. So businesses that continue to operate after 10 o'clock can operate. They can't have anyone in their dining room. They can't serve anyone in their dining room, but they are able to do takeout as well as delivery after 10 o'clock.
Councilmember Tyson's on mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Favor. So are there any questions for Dr. Roberts? Because we also have some speakers. Okay.
I have a question, Councilmember Tyson.
Yes, Councilmember Favor.
Dr. Roberts, can you, to a certain degree, earlier this morning, you along with Mayor Ginther fielded some questions from reporters just about the changes that were made that you talked about uh, just a few moments ago. But you know, we understand, council, that closing bars down, closing restaurants down are just a piece of the pie. And so I have heard you speak eloquently about getting to the root of COVID, and truly the advocacy by Dr. Burks and others have been to shut bars and restaurants down completely, and that this was middle of the road for us. None of us want to vote on this legislation. We don't want to be here right now. But I can't help but take the opportunity to underscore one of the best approaches that we have, which is curbing our human behavior. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Councilmember Favor. Yeah, this pandemic is a challenge for all of us, and I realize the impact it has on every single one of us in our community every single day. But there are some things we can all do by adjusting our human behavior to help control the spread of this virus and get us back to some sense of normalcy sooner rather than later. And those things are really basic, but they're not things that we're accustomed to doing. So it is changing our behavior. It's making sure we don't hug. It's making sure we don't touch people outside of our household. We don't shake hands. It's making sure we always wear that mask when we're out in public. We put that mask on. The mask order that was passed by you all several weeks ago has been very well, I should say, well received, and I'm seeing a lot of people and a lot of places following that. So we need to keep that going. But as Dr. Acton used to always say, the approach to this pandemic is a layering process, almost like Swiss cheese. And whenever there's an open hole, you need to layer it with another piece of cheese. And so this part of the layer is reducing the hours of our bars so that we can try to control more of the behavior of our residents so we can stop the spread of this virus. Dr. Burks has been very clear, and our data here locally has been very clear, that this spread, this second surge, which really is not a second surge, it's another surge in the first wave, is very much asymptomatic. So we're not seeing right now the push on our hospitals, because the majority of our cases, as I mentioned, are between the ages of 20 and 29. They're young, healthy, they have relatively mild diseases that can be managed at home. But the concern is those young individuals will go visit their grandparent or go visit a family member who is immunocompromised and will have more severe complications from the virus, thus needing to be hospitalized. And if we don't control the spread now, we will see another wave where we will see our hospitals impacted. So we need to do some basic things now: wearing the mask, staying home if you're sick, washing your hands, keeping that 6 feet of distance, and also avoiding the activities like the backyard barbecue that your neighbor invites you to, or the family reunion where you think it's just 30 family members, we'll be okay, we all know each other. This virus doesn't know the difference between your family and my family, the family that lives on East Main Street, or the family that lives in New Albany. So it's important that we stick to our units, our family units. We really try to control who we socialize with and who we could spread this virus to, and understand the activities we do that put us at greater risk, particularly when we're not wearing a mask. And you're not wearing a mask while you're eating and drinking, and that's why those areas are particularly vulnerable.
And then my last question is really around, we received a lot of emails from restaurant owners, bar owners, bartenders, anyone in the hospitality industry that is really taking issue with this legislation before us. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to our capacity at the city to be able to patrol, for lack of better words, into the wee hours of the night to make sure that folks are adhering to the human behaviors that we know would prevent the spread of COVID.
That's another great, and I have too received many emails and concerns from our business owners from the hospitality industry. Our team, I have a team of over 60 sanitarians who have been doing the compliance checks, and they will continue to do the compliance checks. We tend to team up with either Columbus Police or the Ohio Investigative Unit on the weekends so that we can have some personal protection. But we will continue to do those compliance checks to make sure our businesses are compliant with the orders, that they would stop having in-room or dining services at 10 o'clock, and they can continue serving takeout or delivery after that time, but they can no longer serve individuals after 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Councilmember, I have a question as well. Councilmember Tyson?
Yes, please ask.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roberts. One of the concerns we've been hearing from restaurateurs too is that we already have all the tools we need to go after bad actors, if you will. So folks who aren't providing safe spaces. And I just wanted to ask you to speak to that again, if you will, because I know that your team is working very hard. And I know that you have a set of challenges to contend with in terms of keeping up with really monitoring how restaurants are complying and how, if this isn't about blame, it's human behavior. I think one of my colleagues said that, or you said that. A lot of human behavior occurs inside these establishments. And so I just wanted to see if you could speak to that again.
Sure. So, you're right. It's much of what we're seeing in these bars and restaurants with the congregating has nothing, well, I shouldn't say has nothing, is more of the patrons and the way they tend to bar hop and how they tend to normalize their behavior in a bar. And I know it's very challenging for managers and the wait staff to get their patrons to comply, especially the more people you have in the bar, the later it gets, the more they've been drinking. It's really hard to get them to comply with that. This legislation, different than the state orders, would allow us to act immediately if we see violators by one, giving a warning, the second offense giving a financial fine, and a third offense giving a larger financial fine or penalty. With the state ordinance that's in place, we are dependent on the court system to be able to move forward with that, which obviously has its limitations during the pandemic, and is time consuming. Not just our time, but also the amount of time the business would be able to operate before we can put any limitations on their business. So this legislation allows us to put some financial penalties in place without having to go straight to the court system if we see someone who's repeatedly offending the order.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. I know that I have gotten a few phone calls, and the calls that I received were were restaurants that are open past 10 o'clock, but they don't serve alcohol. And so, again, that was a concern. Well, we don't serve alcohol. We are, just a restaurant. Why do we have to close earlier when we are just serving food, not drinks, to our patrons?
No, that's a question. And we had multiple discussions and multiple ways of trying to look at this to really try to get to the crux of what we were trying to accomplish. And one of the things we were trying to accomplish is to try to prevent or avoid the congregating of a body of people after hours, after they may have been drinking, when they might not be following some of the guidance of 6 feet of distance. And so our concern was, really how do we define that, and how do we control that, and how can we enforce it and have a somewhat level playing field with all of the food service establishments. And so this is where we landed, that they can still operate. They just can't have any in-restaurant dining after 10 o'clock. I think you're muted again.
I'm sorry. All right, so, but they can continue to serve carry out, but the bars have to shut down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. Well, now let's, we have a number of speakers. The first speaker is Todd Bowen. He's on WebEx. Mr. Bowen.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, Chair Tyson?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Number one, Chair Tyson, Council President Hardin, just thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name's Todd Bowen. I'm with the Ohio Restaurant Association, and I'm here representing the association and all of really the Central Ohio restaurants. And you have our letter, and I think you have probably heard from a lot of folks who work in the hospitality industry. So I won't repeat some of the points that are in our letter, but I really do want to just emphasize to you how much Ohio's hospitality industry, Columbus hospitality industry, has been really committed to operating safely. We worked really closely with local health officials from throughout the state to create the Dine Safe Ohio order, which is really significantly got sanitization at its heart. It's got social distancing at its heart. We have embraced the mask mandate from the very beginning, even encouraging Governor DeWine to move forward with that. And all of our operators have really shared that commitment to that safety. And I also want to say, we certainly do know that there are some very small number of operators out there who may not be following the Dine Safe Ohio order, and we have been strong advocates. We've worked really closely with the local health departments and with the Ohio Investigative Unit. We talk to them every week, and there will begin to be Liquor Control Commission hearings and other enforcement against those. And I think we are seeing fewer of the number that was already very small. We're seeing fewer of those operators who were violating the Dine Safe Ohio order. And then the other thing that I will say that I am encouraged about is that while we have to remain vigilant against this pandemic, is that looking at the numbers for all of the red counties since the statewide mask mandate went into place, and certainly since the red counties were really a point of emphasis, for the week ended 7/21 compared to the week ended 7/14, so in just a week, in all of those red counties, 38 of them, with one exception being Henry County, the cases all went noticeably down. So I do believe that we really are on the right path with the mask mandate, with this continued emphasis on social distancing, to really begin to make a difference with this pandemic. Our concern is certainly for the hospitality industry that is already devastated, and we will already see many of our loved Central Ohio, Columbus restaurants not come back from this pandemic. And this additional restriction will just make more of those restaurants not come back. The PPP funding has run out, and additional restrictions will just drive more of them to not be able to reopen and have fewer hospitality jobs. And the other thing that I will say, from our conversations with the Ohio Investigative Unit, and they confirmed this with us today, they are seeing really more of these issues of people coming together without social distancing outside of the hospitality industry and outside of restaurants than they were seeing in it. It's been really more of these backyard barbecues and informal gatherings that have been more a significant part of that. And in fact, I'll give one very personal story. My daughter happens to be a high school senior. Her class ended up graduating in July. A very small class, did things very socially distanced, but a couple of the families did have graduation parties. One did it at a restaurant. They went, the kids went there, many of the parents went there. It was very socially distanced. People only took their masks down when they were eating and drinking, put them back up immediately to socialize. The same group of about 30 people went to another party at someone's house. The same people went without masks. They mingled with no social distancing. So I think actually in restaurants, you're seeing that because the rules exist, because the social distancing is required by the establishment, you're actually seeing greater compliance in those areas. So I would really respectfully ask that City Council give some additional time for the what's already out there working to continue to work before putting a broad brush measure that will really be devastating to much of Columbus hospitality industry. And thank you. And I'm glad to answer any questions if anyone's got some.
Any questions for Mr. Bowen? All right. Seeing none, I think we can respond. Maybe we can respond to, we have 3 speakers against it. So thank you, Mr. Bowen. The next speaker is Mr. Edward Hasty. And please state your name and who you represent.
Thank you. My name is Edward Hasty, and I am an attorney with Hasty Law Offices. I am best known as a representative of the hospitality industry, bars, restaurants, wineries, breweries, really anything with a liquor permit. First of all, I thank Council President Harden and the council members and the administration and the staff for a chance to talk here. I'm here to ask you not to enact Ordinance 1821, 2020. That ordinance is going to have 3 effects. Okay, it's going to devastate an already devastated industry. You have an industry that's almost completely bought into the health and safety regulations, and you guys do have, contrary to Ms. Roberts' testimony, you do have immediate tools at your disposal that you can use. So those 3 categories, I think I want you to consider. But first and foremost, make no mistake about it. I want you guys to really understand this and let this sit in for a second. Every single bar and restaurant in the city of Columbus is failing right now. Every single one of them is failing. It's how big of a life raft do they have? Some have been propped up by government money. Some of them had more savings. Some of them may have had, some landlords or something that were a little more reasonable than the last. But every single one of them is failing. I'd say every bar I talked to today and yesterday, I probably talked to 50 to 60 bar owners. Since COVID started, they are between 25 and 80% down. Many of them expect to lose another 10 to 90% when you enact this. Those are real numbers. My phone line at this point, being a hospitality industry lawyer, and I'd venture to say no one represents more bars in Central Ohio than I do. My phone line is an economic disaster hotline and has been for 90 days. People closing, people losing everything. I had a gentleman come into my office before this happened, and he literally handed me the key to give to his landlord. And he said, I had more money when I graduated high school than I have right now. I'm done. I've lost everything. And that is going to play out every day. You guys are getting ready to go on recess for six weeks. When you come back in 6 weeks, the hospitality industry, if you enact this, will not be the same. That spills over to employees, ownership, their families, and all that kind of stuff. I think you guys understand the devastation, and I want you to understand truly how big of a scope it's going to be. If I could talk about compliance for a minute, by your health department's own numbers, you have about 95.5% compliance on checks since COVID started. I think there's been 115 write-ups or violations, and I believe that's across all businesses, not just the hospitality industry. The vast majorities of my clients in the hospitality industry gets it. They spent thousands of dollars. They bring people in every day. Their entire job is to make sure people sit down, use masks, and do all those kind of things. And frankly, I believe the public has bought in. I had a client tell me when the mask mandate came out, he said, man, I'm worried I'm gonna have all these people in there that don't want to do it. He was shocked after day one of the compliance. To consider that. And I know my time is almost up. If I could just address one more thing, the authority that you do have. Under Columbus City Code 209.36, the health department has the right to clear a room immediately if there's a health issue. Ohio Investigative Unit has it, the police have it, fire has it. I have not heard of it being used in this situation. If there really are bars and operators operating, quote unquote, to quote the Ohio Investigative Unit chief officer, she said, I've seen bars operating like it's February, meaning pre-COVID. They have the ability to clear the room. You guys have the ability to go for an injunction the next day. I've seen you do it. Councilwoman Favors, you were a zone attorney who used to do this for the city attorney's office. I've dealt with people in your position all the time. You guys can go after problem actors, and we encourage it. I have a couple questions I think you guys should ask yourself before you vote on this. And one of them is, if this legislation suggests no new safety or sanitation requirements, which it doesn't, it's safe to assume that you believe those requirements as written work when they're implemented properly. And so I don't think at 10 o'clock they all of a sudden don't work. So I think this may be about enforcement. I don't see the problems you guys see, but that is what it is. Secondly, if your witnesses really are seeing these dangerous situations in bars and restaurants, are they not getting written up? Are there or is it actually the egregious violations are few and far between? And lastly, before you vote on this, I really want you to think about the thousands of employees, the hundreds of business owners, the families that are going to be devastated by this. When you guys come back in 6 weeks from your vacation, it will not be the same. It hasn't been the same since COVID started for anybody, but this industry is bearing the brunt of it. It's unfair and it's improper, and I don't believe that you guys should pass this law as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hasty. And we have is Mr. Boyle, is Carrie Boyle?
I do not have Carrie Boyle in WebEx.
All right, thank you. Then we have, is Jane Grody able?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening, Jane. It's like, good night, Jane. Hi.
I know.
Hi, Jane.
Well, good evening, and just thank you so much for really all the work that you guys do. As I have been sitting on this call since 5 o'clock listening. I'm inspired by your work, but also super excited about the passage of the childcare, the broadband, the computer access, all of the things that you guys did tonight, which I'm just thrilled as a representative of Reeb Avenue. I also want to thank Dr. Mashika and Mayor Michael Coleman and the governor for the statewide mandate on masks. Personally, being a restaurant owner, it is really difficult, as Dr. Mashika knows, being in our restaurants. We have associates and customers with a lot of different opinions, whether or not they believe it or not. And so the mandate has helped us continue to make sure that we're keeping people safe. And I really appreciate that work. I know it's difficult. They've certainly been difficulty and challenging times. And since Friday, I know that this ordinance has changed a bit. So I'm going to speak a little bit just on behalf of restaurant and in and of itself. Obviously, we are pickup and delivery, so I appreciate that it has changed for that. The restaurant industry was identified early on as an essential business. Unfortunately, not every business owner was able to pivot their business to pickup and delivery only during the first few months of the pandemic. And so not only did that lead them to let people go to unemployment, but ultimately close their doors and unfortunately may mean forever. We believe, like so many restaurant operators, that our first priority is to provide a safe environment in order to feed people and provide jobs. At Donato's, we believe food served with love nourishes a soul, and we understand it's our responsibility. That's our responsibility to provide a safe environment for our associates and our customers. I assure you, although we are not perfect, we have taken this responsibility very serious. We have remained open during this health crisis. We're fortunate to have kept all our restaurant team members employed and healthy. We are following all of the Ohio Restaurant Promise guidelines and best practices. We also implemented a people hotline for our associates to call, and as a best practice, employed our own people to do our own COVID audits on a weekly basis. This team visited every single restaurant and scored our restaurants on the compliance of these issues. Today, though, I am here on behalf of our associates in the restaurant industry. I believe the mandates that you have put in place will work if we all commit to follow them. We have continued to operate as an essential business as outlined by the governor. Feeding people is an important part of what we do every day. We also provide late night dinners to doctors and nurses and our community civic leaders like you who are working second shift to protect the community. By maintaining employment for people, we are helping people make their mortgage payments, their car payments, and put food on the table for their families. While 1 or 2 hours in the restaurant business may not seem like it would impact a person's lifetime, let me share. Shoot, I'm out of time. Impacted our people. If I could just have a few more minutes, is that okay?
Okay, yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, just real quickly, Ms. Steed, who is an hourly associate, experienced a significant loss of wages during the curfew, which impacted her $850 a month. This was a loss of wages that happened to pay her rent. Mr. Goldberg, a full-time driver at one of our restaurants, closing at 10 p.m. would impact him $1,000 a month, and 2 hours would impact him $1,700 a month. That's a mortgage payment and a child support payment for Bill and his family. So these are the faces of our community who are working hard as an essential business to serve our neighbors while we work together to protect our city and our people. We believe this is important. I respect the position of the current health crisis. I respect all the hard work that has gone into this. I know we all look at this as making sure we're taking care of our people first, and we must make the best decisions based on data and scientific evidence. And I thank you for your service and all that you do.
Thank you, Jane. Are there any questions or comments from any of my colleagues? It's Dr. Go ahead.
Councilmember Tyson, thank you. I just want to chime in to say, I really appreciate people making their voices heard today and in testimony. We don't take this lightly at all. I will say from a personal perspective, my husband is a restaurant owner. This crisis has hit very close to home for us. And I understand that there are no easy choices. This pandemic presents no easy choices. And nearly every option has downfalls. And believe me, I feel it right at home, and it's been very stressful. So I really understand what each of the folks who's written us and each of the folks who's testified is saying. And I just want to emphasize that the hard choice is all about trying to bring down that curve, which is a fancy doctorly way of saying to save lives. And I back this legislation. I thank Dr. Roberts and Councilmember Tyson for bringing it forward because of the very fact that there are no easy choices. So thank you, Councilmember. I just wanted to take a moment to emphasize that.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Brown. I don't know if Dr. Roberts is still in the car. I would agree wholeheartedly with your comments. As a council person, we understand the importance of people having jobs. We know jobs is how people take care of their families. We certainly understand that. We also understand that we're in a pandemic, and we've also got to make sure that we're trying to help to save lives in our community, as well as we want to make sure that we lower the curve so that we can continue to move forward as we were prior to what this legislation tonight, to making sure that our restaurants are being able to move forward. So it is a tough decision that we have to make this evening in regards to how do we get to lower the curve. And then as the curve gets lowered, again, I think that the conversations, we're all pretty much, all the council members are in town. It's not like we're going away on vacation. We're also trying to lower the curve and staying safe. And most of us are staying right here in Columbus, Ohio. And so I think that as the curve gets lowered, I think that would be, we could certainly have different conversations with Dr. Roberts about where we are during this process. But for right now, we certainly support her decision to be able to make sure that this curve gets lowered. So that's where we're focused at today.
Councilmember Tyson.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is that Councilmember Remy?
Yes, it is.
Yes, the floor is yours. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak about this. This one sucks. I mean, it's quite honestly a tough vote. And, when you're dealing with a once in a century pandemic, something that none of us or generationally have not seen before, it is one that is very tough to take. I grew up in this business. We owned restaurants growing up all my life. But and as policymakers, you get your constituencies coming at you, the restaurants, the bar owners, everyday citizens coming to talk about, how damaging this is going to be. And it's really tough. But when you have the nation's top doctor calling out Columbus as one of the top 11 cities in the whole entire United States that is most likely to be one of the next hotbeds of activities in this pandemic if we don't take corrective actions. This is somebody that leads the entire COVID task force. It's tough. And so we can't necessarily be influenced by anything other than what the nation's top doctor is telling us. And Dr. Roberts, I know how tough it is for you. I know what the considerations were. The considerations were we shut everything down. So to come to a conclusion that, we are going to limit the hours, again, on the advice of the nation's top doctor, it makes sense to take this corrective action. Hopefully this action is not going to be something that lasts, for a long period of time. We certainly know, as we looked around, Indianapolis shut down their bars and their bars and nightclubs. They reduced capacity in their restaurants to 50%. There were a lot of different alternatives talked about, but today we're settling on him, shut off, and hopefully there's enough people that can still do carry out and be able to keep some lifeline of income coming in after hours. But thank you for all the hard work that you've done, Dr. Roberts. I know it hasn't been easy, and I know that you've listened to all of our questions and certainly our opinions on this matter. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Tyson, can I just make, want to make.
Councilmember Favor, yes.
Thank you. I just want to make one additional comment and continue to underscore that I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues, but I feel like I'm in good company when I say that nobody wants to really have this be before council today. And but our responsibility is to ensure that people are being safe, they're being healthy, and that we stop the spread of COVID and people entering our hospitals or what we all don't want to think about is the unfortunate death of neighbors who have passed away from COVID-19. And so I do not take this decision lightly. I have truly been reading the emails as they come in, but I also want to extend my appreciation to Dr. Roberts for fielding a lot of those questions from the federal task force, which they did say that we should shut down bars, restaurants, and nightclubs altogether. And so this to me truly is meeting somewhere middle of the road and not taking this decision lightly at all. We completely understand the impact that this decision may have on our hospitality industry, and we will continue to do our best to uplift and support those folks that are in the industry to the best of our ability. But at the end of the day, it's our personal behavior that matters. And while I take the comments of most restaurants are and individuals going to restaurants are behaving appropriately, I have been places since we have opened back up. I've seen with my own eyes people not wearing masks at all, or if they are wearing masks, they're under their chins. I've seen people be confrontational when asked to wear masks. And so the idea of simply continuing to expand our ability to conduct compliance checks is not, that's only part of the puzzle. The other puzzle is what we have to take personal responsibility for. And so I will continue to wear my mask even when I walk my dog. Is it annoying? Yeah, it's annoying. But I want to make sure that no one in my around me contracts COVID, or that I can contract COVID. I want to make sure that I practice what I preach. I want this thing to truly leave our community, but it won't do that magically. We have to participate in the process, and the best way that we can participate in the process is to curb our own behavior. Thank you, Dr. Roberts, for everything you've done thus far.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Favor. And I think we'll get ready to vote on this. And I would just add, I know that Mr. Bowen and Mr. Hasty, that certainly as we move forward, that the individuals that you represent, that they will continue to make sure that individuals are wearing their mask and using social distancing and doing everything that Dr. Roberts stated, so that we can lower the curve and not be in the situation that we're in as it regards to nightclubs and bars, et cetera. So if you can commit to continue to do that, I think we'll continue to move forward. There are no more questions and comments.
Commissioner Roberts has something to say.
Oh, Dr. Roberts?
Yeah, I just wanted to say just a follow-up comment. Some of the information that was shared is accurate. Yes, our team has seen a 95% compliance rate, which is really good. But I want to just underscore that this is about human behavior. And although it seems like we're penalizing the businesses, it's not a penalty to the businesses. And in some ways, I would liken it to when schools were told they had to close, and when seniors in high school were told they couldn't have a graduation. It wasn't the school's fault that they couldn't have a graduation, it was the virus. And so in this case, I'm not putting blame on the restaurants. It's the behavior that happens at the bars and restaurants that's the challenge. And that's why Dr. Burke said those establishments should be closed or should at least limit the hours in order to control the spread of this disease. So I know it feels like the restaurants are being picked on, but it's really the behavior that happens there. It's not the restaurant owners themselves. And I don't like being in this position either, but I also don't want to see our community where we're struggling to find a bed for our 70-year-old grandmother who needs a ventilator because we don't have enough ventilators in our community. I don't want our community to be there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, okay. If there are no questions or comments, I would move for passage.
Second.
Excuse me, we have a speaker who is for this legislation.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. Let me go back to, let me see. It would be
Kaz Kimura.
Kaz Kimura. Yes, I'm so sorry.
Hi, this is Kat.
Kaz, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Please state your name and who you represent.
My name's Kaz Kimura. I'm a citizen of Columbus. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm just going to read the testimony that I sent earlier today, and then I'll end with that. Give me 1 second here. All right. Hello, Council. I hope you're all safe and well today. I'm a local business owner and resident of Columbus. Due to the pandemic, I've been unable to work in my normal capacity since typically I travel from home to home for a demographic of 55 years old and up. My hours have been drastically reduced. I feel worried for my business because so much of it relies on the vulnerable population. I've used my time to research COVID-19 and its effects on the human body. And I have been participating in the reopening of outdoor restaurants and bars to support them and to understand the problems they face. I've been able to gain an understanding of how my community feels about the pandemic through multiple in-person conversations with staff throughout these bars and restaurants, as well as people online. I'll start with my personal experience at bars as a customer. I went the first day they opened in May. Everyone, as expected, was figuring out how to handle this unprecedented situation. Many started on the right foot, and many eventually figured it out after a few weeks. Then there are bars and restaurants who have completely disregarded the COVID-19 safety precautions for months. And while normally I am in support of businesses, I think it's great for our economy, our local economy. Columbus has always prospered, even in the toughest of times. There are only a handful that do follow or that do not follow these safety precautions. But I feel like it is possible, and I would rather defer to our Columbus Public Health Director's opinion on this. But I do feel like they can have a significant impact on the spread of COVID-19 in our community. These bars have been packed on the weekends, shoulder to shoulder, with no masks on employees or patrons. You cannot walk through these crowds without brushing up against another person. There's an arrogant disregard to the safety of our community in these bars. Bars and restaurants are putting COVID-19 positive workers in front of customers and their coworkers, and customers are doing the same to the hospitality workers. Some business owners are not releasing information on positive cases. It's quite sad to see this happening in our community. It's quite sad to see business owners not respecting people who take this virus very seriously. It's not to say that everything that people say about this virus, and I'll try to end here very quickly. I demand of my city council to make the changes necessary so that hospitality workers can feel safe. These restaurants were deemed essential, but yet we do not treat them as such. Please do what is in your power to ensure that families are not separated and health is not compromised because of the selfish actions of a small group of individuals within our society. Thank you for your time and stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara, for your testimony. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I think we've all shared our comments and certainly our support of our restaurant industry, but also we know that we are of lowering the curve in our community and helping to save lives. And so with that, I would move for passage of this of ordinance number 1821-2020. I'd like to move as submitted to the clerk.
There we go. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Amended.
Thank you, and now I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance is passed.
Thank you. That concludes Health and Human Services this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Rules and Reference Committee. That committee is chaired by myself. Just joking. That was me trying to get this meeting over. Sorry, I apologize for that. The next committee to come before council is the Small and Minority Business Committee. I also chair that committee though, so that part was true. And I have one ordinance. It's to authorize the director of the Department of Development to modify a contract with Rev 1 Ventures, amount up to $3.3 million for the purpose of deploying grants and loans and providing technical assistance to Columbus small businesses impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic as part of the department's COVID-19 small business response and recovery program, and to authorize the expenditure of $3,300,000 from the CARES Act fund and declare an emergency. And before I turn it over to Director Stevens, I would just say, pertaining to the last ordinance, the 10 p.m. closure mandate that we just passed, not only do we have a responsibility to look out for the health and well-being of our community and take hard measures like we just did, but we do also have to support small businesses in every way that we can, because the stories that they just told us are true. And so it's programs like this, programs that we are putting out in the community, and we just again give appreciation to Senator Portman, to Senator Brown, to our local congressional delegation that helped us with these first round of CARES dollars that can help to support some of those businesses that are being impacted and having a negative impact on our economy in our city. But this is just a crucial part of this as we all work through and live through this pandemic, one that we haven't seen in over 100 years, and hopefully we won't see again for 100 years or more, or never again, hopefully. With that, Director Stevens, would you provide any more on this specific program that's going to support small businesses in our community that are impacted by COVID-19?
Thank you, President Harden, members of council. What we're doing, asking for tonight is to expand the funding of the Small Business Assistance Program by an additional $3.3 million so we can support those small businesses with 25 employees or less with grants. We're expanding the eligibility criteria outside the LMI census tracts to make it citywide. So council knows, we have to date approved 207 applications for small businesses within the city of Columbus for $1.9 million in grant funding. We have continued to receive applications for that, and we'll continue to take applications through the end of August. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Director, the one question that I have is, one, do you believe that this is the right amount of money that will get you through September? And then the follow-up is, can you also remind small businesses how they can access this grant program?
Thank you, President Harden. Yeah, we feel strongly that this is sufficient funding to get us through September to support our small businesses, and we encourage our small businesses to go to columbus.gov/development, where they can find the link to the program to start the online application process and work with our entrepreneur service organizations.
Thank you, Director. Do I have any of my council members have any questions or comments on this legislation? Councilmember Remy.
Thank you so much, Council President Harden. I just want to thank the director. I know we've been in discussions about this since the beginning, and certainly the chair, Council President Harden, for all the hard work that's put into this expanded funding. Just a reminder to everybody, one of the significant prerequisites is that you're a registered taxpayer you're registered with the auditor in the tax department. But these service providers that are running this are invaluable in helping to provide assistance. And so I would encourage people to inquire, apply, and work with these service providers in order to get the funding. And so especially as we were talking about the last piece of legislation, if we need more dollars, we're certainly, if we run out of dollars, we'll find more. So Director, do you have any comments about that?
Remy, thank you for reminding businesses that they need to be registered with our income tax division. There's some confusion on that, but people are correcting that. That's a great reminder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Remy. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? You'd have to speak up because I can't see you, but seeing none or hearing none, may I have a motion for passage of this ordinance?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance is passed. Actually, the final committee to come before council is the Rules and Reference Committee. I chair this committee as well. We in this committee this evening will legislate and pass our reimagining package. But first, we want to start with Councilmember Mitch Brown, the Chair of Public Safety, so that he can read and legislate Ordinance 1850-2020.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be brief. 1815 is to amend Section 501.11 of the Columbus City Codes to give the Director of Public Safety the authority to temporarily adjust the expiration dates for all licenses issued under Title V during a time of local, state, or emergency exists as declared by the Mayor or the Health Commissioner of the City of Columbus, to repeal existing Section 501.11 of the Columbus City Codes and to declare an emergency. Essentially, is to give the safety director the opportunity to adjust the particular licensing expiration dates on things like taxi cabs, food trucks, during this particular circumstance. If there are no real major questions from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're going to go into our reimagining public safety package. I'm going to read this first ordinance. It's going to get us started, but I'm going to turn this first ordinance is a joint work between my office and the office of Councilmember Dorans. It is ordinance 1819-2020 to submit to the electors of the city of Columbus at the next regular municipal election scheduled on November 3rd, 2020, the authority to amend the Columbus City Charter per section 45 of the charter and to provide the mayor and council the authority to establish an independent civilian police review board to receive, initiate, cause investigation of, subpoena, and compel evidence relevant to, recommend discipline, and resolve complaints filed with it or initiated by the board alleging misconduct by sworn members of the Columbus Division of Police, and to establish a Department of Inspector General for the Columbus Division of Police and to declare an emergency. I certainly want to thank Councilmember Dorans and City Attorney Klein and his team, as well as the Mayor's office, for helping put together a thoughtful piece of legislation that our voters will be able to consider this November. I also want to thank the Community Safety Advisory Commission, as well as Commission Chair Janet Jackson, for putting forward a comprehensive list of recommendations. Before I ask Councilmember Dorans to walk us through this charter change, I want to take us back just a few weeks ago. Council held a press conference to clearly state that what we plan to do in July. We laid out 4 items that we plan to move on: civilian review and independent investigations, hate group background checks, demilitarization, and no-knock warrants. Tonight, we will vote on a package of safety legislation that is the most substantive change to public safety that I've seen in the past decade. This council, its members and staff have worked long hours and took days off in order to bring these ordinances forward. I'm so impressed with my colleagues for how they stepped up when the community wanted to see action. We also heard an unparalleled amount of feedback since June. More than 1,000 pieces of written testimony, more than 100 speakers, more public hearings, hours and hours, nearly 24 hours of public hearings. This is the start of how we reimagine public safety in Columbus. As I'm sure will be repeated tonight, this isn't the end of our work. We don't think that this legislative package solves all racism, but we should all acknowledge the progress we've made based on this legislation. I want to thank everybody who has worked on this, and as we work to, really the work is to bring the community and the police together, closer together, to bring the oversight, the legitimacy, and do the work of reimagining public safety so that no matter what your zip code is or what the color of your skin, we can all feel safe when we need to call 911. At this point, I'd like to turn the floor over to my colleague, Councilmember Dorans, who led the effort on this ordinance.
There you go. Thank you, Council President Harden. As we've talked about tonight and over the past month, you mentioned it, we've had a dialogue as a community and council about reimagining public safety. One of the key points in these discussions is how the city investigates incidents of use of force or misconduct by members of the Division of Police. Far too many in our community do not trust the current disciplinary system in place. This breeds inherent distrust between the community and officers. The time has come for us to create a civilian review board and a new city department to perform truly independent investigations in order to begin to build this necessary trust. This is for the benefit of not only our residents, but also our officers. The vast majority of Columbus police officers hold tightly their responsibility to protect and serve the entire community. Yet, unfortunately, some have failed to meet this calling. In these instances, it's vital that we are transparent and open about discipline in cases of misconduct. However, our current disciplinary process lacks this true transparency and independence. This very issue has led over 150 cities across the country, including Akron, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Dayton, just to name a few here in Ohio, to form civilian review boards and independent investigatory bodies. I believe the time is now for us as a community to take this step. This is why Council President Harden and I brought forth this legislation tonight. The charter amendment we are planning to place before voters would do several key things. One, establish a civilian review board that will make recommendations to the Division of Police on uses of force incidents and misconduct. The board will receive complaints from the public, but also, just as importantly, have the authority to initiate an investigation on its own. The amendment will establish the Department of the Inspector General outside of the Division of Police and the Department of Public Safety to help ensure true independence. This department will be staffed with professional investigators to carry out the independent investigative component of the review board. 4, the amendment will also specify the city shall adequately fund the activities of the board and the Inspector General, and may only reduce funding if the city has a budget crisis, and any reduction in funding would be commensurate with any cuts to other departments within the city. And 5th, finally, as the mayor mentioned earlier tonight, one of the reasons we're bringing this legislation as a charter amendment rather than simply as a code change is to ensure that future city councils or mayors can't repeal or significantly affect the operations of the board without a vote of the people. During our public hearing on this topic, we heard from many in the community that wanted the recommendations of such a civilian review board to be binding on the Division of Police. Again, as Mayor Ginther mentioned earlier in our meeting, the current contract with the Fraternal Police will not allow that type of binding recommendation at the present time. However, the charter language is drafted to ensure that if this contract were to change, the board would be in a position to expand its role in disciplinary measures. It is important that we as a city, as a council, and a community respect our officers' collective bargaining rights while we seek to create civilian oversight of the police. The charter amendment that is set forth will be a foundation for both the Civilian Review Board and the Department of Inspector General. It does not specify all details that will go into the operations and investigations initiated by the board. Based off the recommendation from the Columbus Community Safety Advisory Commission, Mayor Ginther formed a working group of 16 individuals from the community earlier this month to study effective national models of civilian review. This will help both the mayor and council address more of the details of this board in future legislation. As I've said, this charter will lay out the foundation we need, but we will look to the working group to help make sure that we develop a system that works for Columbus, one that empowers the community, but also creates a fair process for officers. This is a point that national leaders stress repeatedly with us to ensure that folks both within the division and outside of it have respect for what we form and what will happen in the future. I want to thank everyone who worked on this effort, including Council President Hardin, his staff, most especially Zach Davidson and Mike Brown, Kevin McCain from my staff, certainly my council colleagues that put in a significant amount of time reviewing language and making suggestions, as well with Mayor Ginther's team, the Department of Public Safety, and those from the City Attorney's Office, especially Laura Baker Morrish. I would also like to thank the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement who joined us for a public hearing on this topic. And finally, most importantly, to the members of the public who wrote and offered public testimony and joined us for hours upon hours of hearings over this past month. We would not be putting this on the ballot without you. So thank you for your advocacy, and thank you for getting us to this moment as we move to continue to reimagine what public safety should look like in our community. And with that, I'll turn the microphone back over to you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have a couple folks that are going to speak on Ordinance 1819. First person to speak is Mr. Joe Motil, who is in council chambers.
President Hardin, members of City Council, Joe Motil, 167 West Cook Road, Columbus. Retired Columbus police officer James Moss, who was the head of the group Police Officers for Equal Rights back in the 1990s, he's been calling for such a review board ever since 2002 or even earlier. The FOP leadership has a long history of rejecting the idea of a CRB. 18 years ago in 2002, then FOP President Bill Capretta stated, quote, "We are opposed to a federal monitor. We are opposed to a citizen review board." Capretta's refusal to agree to the need for such a citizens review board is an example of the FOP's longtime history of refusing to allow for an unbiased complaint system that would help remove the FOP's unjustified protection of bad cops. I doubt if Keith Farrell's opinions on this matter different from Capretta's. In the year of 2000, the Department of Justice investigated the Columbus Police Department and found a pattern practice of civil rights violations, including racial profiling, using excessive force, making false arrests, especially against blacks, young women, and poor white people. Supervisors didn't discipline officers, so abuses were condoned and continued. The government called for a consent decree in which the CPD would commit to changing its culture under federal supervision without admitting guilt. But the CPD, Mayor Coleman, and City Attorney Janet Jackson defended the CPD, and the FOP took over the case, raised union dues to fight the charges, and basically won. Coleman even went as far to say, "I have confidence in our police officers." There needs to be a fair and reasonable process in which law enforcement officer who is given the authority as part of their job to fire a gun, use lethal force from their choice of a variety of weapons, or by physically kicking, punching, or kneeling on someone. This charter amendment, if passed by the voters of Columbus, will end up, as far as I'm concerned, being ours if is only given the power to reaction of police misconduct without changes being made to the FOP contract that protect rogue police officers from being held accountable for their actions. It also lacks important details such as how and who will select the members of the CRB and what the estimated costs will be. Amongst other changes in the FOP contract that would allow for an effective CRB, third-party arbitration needs to be removed from the FOP's contract. There needs to be widespread cultural changes within the department, and the chance for that happening was greatly reduced when Mayor Ginther appointed a high-ranking law-serving officer who had no record of ever attempting to address the well-known and documented systemic racism that has existed within the CPD during his 30-year career. Mayor Ginther and City Council have a long history of holding public meetings for policies that have already been written while giving the impression that their ideas matter. And in this case, though, this charter amendment, as written, requires further discussion. It is a proposal that is being rushed through, placing high hopes on revising a collective bargaining agreement that City Hall is to blame for. And so the mayor can look like he is finally making progress on police reform. I do support the CRB, not in the form of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montiel. Joe, I don't know, I was going to let Councilmember Dorans respond to that, specifically of, anything that we left out of this amendment, Councilmember Dorans, I thought maybe you could hit on, and anything else that you want to speak to.
Yeah, thank you, Council President Harden. As Mr. Motil mentioned, there are several key aspects that are not specifically addressed within the charter amendment itself. One is appointing authority of the board members. One of the things that the national experts recommended was to take a look at the different models around the country. We could not come to a consensus at this point about which model would be the best for Columbus. That's why the committee that the mayor's appointed to review this will be discussing that and making those types of recommendations public. And once that happens, this council, after if the charter amendment is passed, can fill that in with legislation from our level. So, I certainly understand Mr. Motil's criticisms saying that there are potential details that he would like to see within this charter amendment. I think what we're trying to do is lay a foundation for both an effective civilian review board and an independent investigatory body, and then really rely upon the group that has been formed, that was suggested to be formed by the Safety Advisory Commission to do its work to make sure that we create something that works for Columbus.
Thank you, Councilman Dorans. Joe, anything? Good. Thank you, Mr. Motil. Thank you, Councilmember Dorans. We have Mr. Gregory Lee speaking on 1819 via WebEx. Lee, available?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I certainly can. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Council President and Councilmember Dorans, for co-leading this amendment to the city charter. My name is Greg Lee. I have the pleasure of serving as President for the Columbus Recreation and Parks Commission, Vice President of the Berwick Civic Association, Area Commissioner for the Mideast Area Commission, Board Member for the New Leaders Council, and I'm currently serving 19-year Air Force veteran. While I have a number of community affiliations, my opinions on this matter are my own. I approach this from a law enforcement family. My grandfather was the first Black captain of the Chillicothe Police Department. I have a cousin who is a deputy sheriff in Delaware County, and my brother is even serving as a highway patrolman. It's hard to be a police officer. There are long days, long nights, dangerous situations, and families that worry about their safety. While, again, I'm not a law enforcement officer, I can identify with these ideas, as it is not so much different from the purpose-driven work of military service members. These are challenges that we humbly accept as we aim to serve our communities. The key component in this servant work is trust. The communities in which we serve need to trust us. The trust is earned, not given, and it can be quickly lost. I won't use this time to recount data points or call out specific incidences. I find it sufficient to say that for a number of reasons, the Columbus Police Department has lost the trust of many of its city's residents. Any positive path forward towards regaining that trust will require a multi-dimensional approach with the purpose of rebuilding trust in the police department. I see that as reassessing the scope of their responsibility, augmenting police training, increasing transparency, and enforcing accountability. And from my perspective, this should not be something that divides our community, rather a tool that helps build trust in law enforcement service. By hitting on these two levers of enforcing accountability and increasing transparency. We often hear a saying about a few bad apples, but folks misquote the whole saying. A few bad apples spoils the bunch. And there is an inherent need for trust in the police department. The inherent trust needed for the police to investigate their own misconduct is gone. In practical terms, I've heard firsthand how hard it is for a police officer to hold another officer accountable when they may depend on that officer to save their life one day, lest they be labeled a rat. So it puts them in a position where they have to question whether or not they compromise their integrity and bear the burden of complicity. But I think the proper execution of a civilian review board will ease that burden. And I'll end with a quote. In the book, The Speed of Trust, author Stephen Covey and his father volley a dialogue. You can't talk yourself out of a problem that you've behaved yourself into, but you can behave yourself out of a problem that you've behaved yourself into, and it's often faster than you think. I think this is a positive step forward for our city, our police officers, the department. I'm in full support of the proposed amendment of the city charter being subject to the approval by registered voters of Columbus on this November's ballot, and I look forward to voting in favor of it. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments to Mr. Lee or actually about this ordinance at all in general from my colleagues? And I would ask for you to speak up to let me know because I can't see folks. Seeing none. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Clerk, please call the roll on ordinance 1819.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance is passed. Thank you so much. I'm going to next turn the dais over to my colleague, President Pro Tem, who is going to bring forward her ordinance.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Last century, when you opened this meeting, you spoke about John Lewis and Good Trouble. And I think that was a really, I know that his ceremony today in DC was today, and that is why you began that way. But I do think that it's a good way to think about taking action that seems to disrupt the status quo, and why we do it and why we're called to do it. And I do believe that that's part of what we're doing now. So I carry the words of John Lewis with me, and I thank you for beginning the meeting that way. I would like to go back to first reading for ordinance 1500-2020 to amend chapter 217 by creating new section 217.051 of the Columbus City Codes to restrict the acquisition and possession of certain law enforcement equipment by the City of Columbus, to require the disposal of any currently owned equipment under new section 217.051, and to amend chapter 329 of the Columbus City Codes. In the City of Columbus, we strive to have community-based safety forces, or peace officers, as they're defined in code. However, it is clear that the use of certain equipment by the Division of Police strains the trust. And thank you, Mr. Lee, in your testimony a moment ago, acknowledging the importance of trust. Certain equipment can strain the trust between officers and citizens that is so vital to upholding public safety for all. In examining our next steps, we must focus on accountability, which is what the last ordinance was about, for when there is wrongdoing within our division. But we also must focus on how to make changes in the system and the culture that undergird our public safety department and our division of police, lasting changes that will address longstanding issues. I chaired a public hearing on June 30th on this effort, and it had unprecedented engagement. It lasted 6 hours. 69 people turned out to give live testimony. 906 people provided written testimony. All of this regarding input on the equipment purchased and utilized by the police. The vast majority of those, and they did run the gamut, but the vast majority of those and the communication since then were in support of efforts to re-examine this equipment in an effort to demilitarize police presence on our streets and rebuild that covenant of trust and safety between everyday people and the peace officers we employ to keep us safe from harm. Based on the hearing, overall resident feedback, policy examination, and information from the department, this ordinance, 1500-2020, will ban the purchase of the following equipment I'm about to read. First, some that we don't own, tracked armored vehicles or tanks, weaponized aircraft, vessels, and vehicles of any kind, firearms and ammunition of 50 caliber or higher, grenade launchers, manned fixed-wing aircraft, and mobile phone signal blockers. By banning these, we are clearly stating that we are not in the market for these military-style weapons. The ordinance in front of us also bans the purchase and use of the following items that are currently utilized or in stock. That is camouflage uniforms. These are not weapons, but they do militarize our presence in communities. And also riot batons. This is just a first step in our reform efforts. And I want to ensure folks know that I've also introduced ordinance 1829-2020. It is on first reading tonight. I expect to take it up shortly after August break, after additional chances for public input and to secure majority support on this council, whether that be through amendments or continued education. 1829-2020 seeks to establish further restrictions and create greater transparency around the use of equipment owned by the Division of Police. These items are pieces of equipment that, when used appropriately and by officers with appropriate and thorough credentialing, serve a purpose in very dangerous and high-stakes circumstances that are real across our community. But they are also items which the public has a clear interest in limiting only to use in those dangerous circumstances, and also an interest in fully understanding their use. The ordinance speaks to things like our helicopter fleet. It speaks to things like it prohibits the use of any form of tear gas to disperse crowds. I've also proposed to require approval by executive staff with the Division of Police before the use of chemical agents or specialty impact munitions. I'll add the ordinance specifically stipulates that failure to leave a street or to move by itself does not justify the use of this equipment against a non-aggressive, non-violent crowd. I've proposed requiring the immediate disposal of any expired chemical agents. I've proposed limiting the use of automatic and semi-automatic rifles only to responding to critical incidents such as active shooter situations and the like. I've proposed limiting the use of wheeled armored vehicles and wheeled tactical vehicles and any device to launch chemical agents to tactical units within the division. And finally, I've proposed transparency requirements, requiring an annual report from the Chief of Police to Council on the deployment and use of all regulated equipment during the previous year. The report would include the frequency with which the equipment was used, the location where it was used, the purpose of its use, the outcome of circumstances of its use, and cost associated, plus any complaints from residents regarding its use. I want to emphasize that we believe these restrictions, especially those limiting the helicopter fleet to a judicious amount, will result in reduced operating costs for the Division of Police. As I've said, we've received unprecedented levels of engagement on this initiative. And through all of it, I found that across the city and spanning nearly every point of view, we are all in search of safe communities for ourselves, our families, and our neighbors. I hope that this grounding and that notion of John Lewis's good trouble are our guide when this legislation comes forth again in September, and as we work to re-examine the status quo and reimagine public safety. So with that, I would like to open up for questions regarding Ordinance 1500-2020, updates to our purchasing code to ban the purchase of certain items. Any questions?
Chair, I would just like to say thank you for your leadership. Again, each one of my colleagues who led a piece of this conversation worked really, really hard. I think back to that hearing that you held. It rivals this meeting tonight. Actually, it's still a little bit longer than this meeting tonight. It's 6 hours.
We're going to surpass it.
But I appreciate that. I think that shows the depth of engagement, the work that you've done, and our commitment to future work to continue moving our community forward and getting into good trouble. So I just appreciate your leadership and look forward to partnership throughout the break and going forward as we continue to reimagine public safety.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Hearing no further questions, I move to waive second reading for Ordinance 1500-2020.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Rooney, Tyson, President Harden.
Waive.
And I move for passage of Ordinance 1500-2020.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Rooney, Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next committee, or the next council member that I'm going to turn it over to is Council Member Shayla Favor, who led the effort on Ordinance 1817.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight, I will be presenting ordinance number 1817-2020 to establish Chapter 1943, Prohibition on Hate Group Affiliation in Columbus City Codes, to direct the Division of Police to comply with the provisions of Section 1943.04, to direct the Civil Service Commission to adopt rules and background standards to prohibit candidates for employment with the Division of Police from associating with or affiliating with hate groups and to declare an emergency. This ordinance represents a critical piece of legislation that will allow us to take one step forward towards eliminating hate within policing in Columbus. Our officers within the Columbus Division of Police have a responsibility to protect and serve all citizens equally. And with this legislation, we will reinforce that idea. This seems like an obvious measure for us to consider, and possibly something that should have taken place a long time ago. But as we recognize and continue to learn throughout the process of developing this piece, our Constitution does protect citizens' right to free speech in the First Amendment. In no way are we attempting to infringe upon those rights, but we are attempting to do everything within our power to ensure those selected to protect our communities are not participating in the activities of groups or organizations with a mission to advocate for violence or crime against groups of people because of their race, ethnicity, nationality, religion, disability, gender identity, or sexual orientation. This legislation came to be in large part because of the advocacy of Columbus resident Austin Owens. Austin, a teacher here in Columbus, submitted a draft ordinance against hate group affiliation for Columbus Police. Thank you, Austin, for your advocacy and your vision in helping move this forward. From there, we also looked at recommendation number 37 from the Columbus Community Safety Advisory Commission, which suggested that officers sign a morality clause denouncing cultural supremacy. We have had hours of discussion with the Civil Service Commission, the Human Resources Department, the Department of Public Safety, Chief Quinlan, the FOP, and the City Attorney's Office to get to this piece of legislation we're putting forward today. Additionally, we held a hearing earlier in July and received testimony from residents across the city in support of this measure. I'm proud of the result we're putting forward in front of you today. We will be asking the Civil Service Commission to expand their background standards to include direct questions around hate group affiliation. An applicant with this type of history in their background will be removed from the process. The Division of Police will also adopt policies to prohibit sworn officers of the division from affiliating with hate groups. And the division will adopt an oath of office to be administered to new officers that includes a prohibition from hate group affiliation. But this cannot and will not be the end. We still have work to continue with this legislation, and I'm committed to exploring additional measures on this topic, including the creation of a hate group registry within the city of Columbus. That work will include participation from multiple departments and sources, and I will be moving forward with this work through the fall. I want to thank my colleagues at Council, as well as our staff here at Council. Specifically, I have to acknowledge the work that was done by my team. Tynesha Harden, Nia Walters, Matt Erickson, and Charles Newman, and from the City Attorney's Office, Chief Counsel Laura Baker-Morsh. Thank you for the countless hours of research and video conference calls that were conducted in order to ensure that to the best of our ability, this legislation accomplished what we set out to do a little over a month ago. It's likely that this legislation could face some legal challenges, but I'm reminded of the words of Congressman John Lewis as well, and the notion of getting into a little good trouble every now and then. As he reminds us, we should never be afraid to make some noise and to get into trouble, necessary trouble. Doing what's right is often not easy, but it's absolutely necessary. And this work that we're doing and will continue to do will not be easy, but it is absolutely necessary if we're truly going to make our city an opportunity city for all. And with that, I will take any questions or comments from my colleagues. Seeing none?
Councilmember, you have a speaker?
Oh, my apologies.
That's okay. Trent Calloway.
Mr. Calloway, are you there?
I am. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I would like to say I fully support the decision to have a hate group registry, in addition to the ban on hate group affiliation with the Columbus Police Department. It is a fairly simple measure and one that should not be terribly complicated. I'll try and make good use of my time here. There are a number of hate groups operating within Columbus, within Central Ohio more specifically. They vary greatly from extreme right-wing Nazi groups like the Atomwaffen Division to groups with more nebulous affiliations like Boogaloo Boys, and then militia groups like Patriot Front, Three Percenters, and the Oath Keepers. I would think it would be problematic for any police officer in the city of Columbus to be a member of any of these organizations. And I think they would probably cover that well. So I do have some fears that this legislation will not go far enough. These need to be deep investigations to make sure that these officers are free of any of those hate group affiliations. Likewise, a lot of hate group association happens on social media in groups that use coded language to mask what they are exactly talking about, which is often things about race war, civil war, and the like. And for officers to cover up their affiliation with these groups, they will disguise their language, oftentimes referring to people of color by different names, referencing different groups. It's not very hard to find some of this coded language among the leadership in the Franklin Order for FOP, honestly. All you would have to do is look at EVP Simpson's Twitter page. This racist coded language is unacceptable and should not be allowed anywhere near the Fraternal Order Police or the Columbus City Police Department. With that being said, I think that if we look at a lot of the lives that have been lost due to police brutality, a lot of it can be traced back to white supremacy and racist patriarchy. So I would hope that we will be able to enact this ordinance. And with the permission of the City Council, I would like to read off a list of names, I believe dating back to 2013, of people of color that were murdered by the Columbus Police Department. Just respecting everyone's time.
Thank you, Mr. Calloway, for your testimony.
Okay, well, I didn't have time. That's okay. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Let me turn it back over to Chair Favor, who's chairing this part of the committee.
Thank you. To Mr. Calloway's point about the legislation not going far enough, to some degree, he's absolutely correct. He started off his comments stating that this should be easy, and on its face, it should absolutely be easy, but it was not. The First Amendment hurdles that we had to attempt to leap over in order to have something to present today is still not without challenge. I'm going to tap Chief Counsel Laura Baker Morrish to weigh in just to elaborate a bit on some of those First Amendment challenges. I kid you all not, we probably presented close to 50 different versions of this legislation, and she knocked all of them down for First Amendment challenges. So when I say that we were trying to go far, the law truly constrained what we were able to do. But what I hope is that the spirit of this legislation is received, and that folks know moving forward that this level of hate, this level of affiliation will not be, is not welcome on our force, and will not be accepted. Ms. Laura?
Thank you, Councilmember Favor. I think that the greatest difficulty in enacting legislation that deals with the First Amendment is that you have to attempt to craft legislation that is neither overbroad nor impermissibly vague. And while it might be easy on a case-by-case situation to look at an officer's specific affiliation or membership in a group and determine whether or not that particular affiliation would be detrimental to his or her role as a police officer with the Division of Police, it's far more complicated when you're trying to write it as a broad policy statement that would have to be applied to a large variety of situations. The minute you start doing that, the difficulty that you have is that there are completely permissible, even though objectionable and awful, thoughts that people can have. And the idea when you're talking about writing it as a piece of legislation is to assure that the specific thing that you are regulating against is something that you can tie a nexus back to the job performance of that individual as a police officer. As a result, we landed upon hate groups that advocate openly for violence or acts, criminal acts against individuals on the basis of their race, ethnicity, sex, gender, the large variety of those protected classes. Because as we tried to broaden that particular language, we found difficulty in defining what it means to affiliate. For instance, if you grew up in a family where your family members were part of a white supremacist group, but you denounced them, are you affiliated with them? Well, they're still your family. A situation where you're talking about what constitutes a hate group. When does a hate group speak? But if you have a number of members of a hate group that advocate for horrible and awful and terrible things, but the group itself does not profess to have that particular policy statement, then it's difficult to say that the hate group is speaking or saying those things. Those are just a few of the challenges that we faced. As Councilmember Favor stated, the work is not yet done here, but when you're looking at a broad policy, you have to be very, very careful and clear about to not cross into that overly broad or ambiguous or vague language when you're talking about First Amendment and strict scrutiny.
Thank you. Were there any additional questions or comments? Well, with that, I will move for passage.
Second. I don't know.
Well, before I ask the clerk call the roll again, thank you, Chair Favor and your team for the diligent work. I had a chance to engage a couple times with your committee on this effort, and I learned myself how difficult of a challenge you had in expressing this council's values, expressing the city's values that known officers affiliated with known hate groups should not be a member of our department. But the thoughtful nature that you went about this is very much appreciated. So thank you so much, and look forward again to the work ahead. With that, clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance is passed. And our last piece of our short-term package of reimagining public safety was led by Councilmember Remy with the support of, let me take a moment to speak about the chairman of the Public Safety Committee on Council. Chairman Mitch Brown, who has a long background in public safety, jumped in to the water with us on this one. He worked with each and every council member who was leading an effort to advise them, to engage with them, to make sure they had the support of the department to answer any questions that they had, to provide as much information as we had. I would say that he might even say that this was not an easy task because he knows, like this council, that many of our officers are great folks who have signed up to protect our community. But he also understands the challenge of this moment, that the community, in no ambiguous way, went out into the streets to say that there must be change and there must be change now. I will be eternally grateful for his stewardship and being kind of a rudder to this council as we took on this reimagining process and as we continue to move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Remy and then maybe have Chair Brown close us out with some thoughts, or he specifically worked really hard on this ordinance too. But with that, I will turn it over to Chairman Remy for Ordinance 1808.
Thank you so much, Council President Hart, and certainly echo your comments on the working with the Public Safety Chair. Value every moment that I get the opportunity to work with them, and certainly we'll throw it to him after we're done. Ordinance 1808-2020 is to enact new Chapter 1912 of the Columbus City Codes, establishing standards for the use of warrants by the Columbus Division of Police and to declare an emergency. The purpose of this ordinance is to enact new Chapter 1912 pertaining to the use of search warrants by the Division of Police. Following the death of Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky, cities across the country, including the state of Ohio, are reconsidering how law enforcement executes search warrants, especially no-knock warrants. Evidence suggests that no-knock warrants increase the safety risk to both civilians and law enforcement, as hundreds have been injured or killed in the U.S. in the last several years during the execution of these warrants. In the interest of promoting public safety and accountability, City Council is amending Title 19 of the Columbus City Codes to include new Chapter 1912 pertaining to search warrants. The main purpose of this code amendment are as follows: limiting the use of no-knock warrants to suspicion of higher-level felonies, requiring the approval of the chief of police or their designee before executing a no-knock warrant, body-worn cameras for any officer that participates in the execution of a warrant in a tactical situation. This ordinance is just one aspect of reimagining public safety in the city of Columbus and serves to increase accountability for law enforcement and promote the safety of our police officers and all the residents. We know that in the case of the prior year, there were 331 warrants executed in the in the city of Columbus, and 92 of those warrants were no-knock warrants. This was simply too many. It was a honor to work with the chief of police and his team to help write legislation that would significantly limit the use of no-knock warrants. I certainly want to take the time to thank John Oswald in our Legislative Resource Office for the time that he spent putting this information together and researching policy throughout the United States. Matt Erickson, who is the Director of Legislative Research, and my team, Jeff Carter and Lucy Frank. I'd now like to turn the floor over to Councilmember Mitch Brown, our Public Safety Chair, to say a few words. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Councilmember Remy. With regards to the no-knock warrants, I want us to do everything in our power, to prevent the tragedy of Breonna Taylor from occurring here in Columbus. I support Chief Quinlan, our INTAC and SWAT officers, but I also support limiting no-knock warrants and adding additional oversight. I think it's important for all of us. Tonight, this council has taken unprecedented action towards the ultimate goal of improving policing. This effort will continue to require patience, vigilance, and commitment from us as elected officials, the members of the Division of Police, and the public to reimagine safety in our community. We have to be careful that we do not get caught up in the issue of micromanaging the way in which law enforcement does their job. Always hold them accountable. Always. The Columbus PD responded to over 1 million calls for service last year. We, as the elected officials, have an obligation to make sure they have the resources, that they have the tools to do the job, but also to hold them appropriately accountable for their performance. Nothing less is acceptable. A number of people have taken John Lewis's name tonight, but I will tell you, he became a strong advocate for law enforcement, even though over 50 years ago, they hit him in his head with a bunch of sticks. He recognized the issue of change. We have to recognize the issue of change and how we go about addressing these concerns. I take exception to people saying a few apples destroys the whole barrel. That is totally an inaccurate analysis for the Columbus Division of Police. Do we have individuals in the police division who have misperformed? Probably and absolutely yes. But do not lump them all together. They put their lives on the line for all of us every single day, 365 days a year. We have to hold them in the highest regard at all times. In closing, for all of us, change is necessary. While it may be difficult, in the end, it will be worth it, but it has to be measured with regard to its application. I turn it back over to you, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Brown. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage. Oh, wait.
I wanted to say, I can't get to the buttons quick enough sometimes, but I really do appreciate all the work that certainly my colleagues have done in terms of reimagining policing. But I have to certainly share Councilmember Remy and Councilman Brown, who are focused on this, on the no-knock ordinance. Certainly, as we look at this country and understand what's happened to Breonna Taylor, that's something like that should never happen. Should never happen. To kill not which you get Breonna Taylor, but also to any individual that could get caught in the crossfires based upon the situation that occurred that resulted in her death. And so I am just appreciative of the work of Councilman Brown and Councilmember Remy in ensuring that that will not happen in Columbus, Ohio. But again, I want to just thank all my colleagues for the work that they have done to reimagining policing, and certainly under the leadership of our esteemed chair of the safety, Mitchell Brown. So thank you. And thank you to all your staffs.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. Any other comments or questions this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second.
Again, Chair Remy and Chair Brown, thank you again for your leadership on this ordinance.
Demand to move. Your demand
team.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Submit to the clerk.
I move that we amend as submitted to the clerk.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll. Amended.
Finally, I'd like to bring up the final ordinance and rules and reference.
You need to move for passage.
It is getting late. Now I move for passage as amended.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass. Now the last ordinance in the last committee of a 6-hour meeting.
Thank you. This is in reference to Title 13. Ordinance number 1717, 2020 is to repeal. Did I just get kicked? No, sorry. Computer. See, even the computer's not functioning properly. There we go. To repeal the existing Title 13 of the Columbus City Code and enact a new Title 13 in order to update, reorganize, and provide clarification for the regulation of the waste stream and the collection of that waste stream. This legislation repeals and replaces the current Columbus City Code, Title 13, to update, reorganize, and provide clarification for the regulation of the waste stream and the collection of that waste stream. The city's goal with this legislation is to provide a clean and safe environment for all residents and visitors by providing a mechanism for enforcement for solid waste and illegal dumping activities. After multiple meetings with stakeholders such as residents and community members and a scan of policies and actions in other cities across the nation, This code addresses much needed tools to curb and ultimately end illegal dumping activities. Columbus City Code Title 13 has not been updated for more than 20 years and did not allow for civil enforcement of activities that are negatively affecting our departments. This new code creates civil violations that are enforceable by the solid waste investigators within the Division of Refuse Collection and any law enforcement personnel, and will provide the mechanisms needed to address the issues surrounding solid waste. This code also provides clarification on a variety of solid waste concerns identified and provides clear direction around those issues. I can just say from experience that we've been working on this particular piece of legislation for the past two years at this point, almost 3 years. And there have been many outreach to many different constituencies, and certainly working with the mayor and the administration, we have had the opportunity to really dig deep into this particular problem as it relates to illegal dumping. And so I want to take the time to appreciate Tim Swager, the administrator for our refuse division, certainly the director, Jennifer Gallagher, for her help in pushing this through. Director, did you have any comments this evening you'd like to make?
Council President Shannon Harden, Chair Remy, just thank you so much for allowing us to have this on tonight. And Council Member, we really appreciate your support in all this. I know it's been a long time coming. Thank you for your patience and support in all of this. This is going to be a really good thing for the neighborhoods. And like you said, it gives us the ability to really have some tools to help, again, tackle some of the illegal dumping issues that we're seeing. So just thank you for your support. And Tim Swager's on with us too, if anybody's got any questions.
Oh, good. Tim, would you like to speak about this legislation this evening?
Council member, I'd just like to reiterate what the director said there. We're very thankful for getting this on the agenda tonight. We look forward to the positive impact that we can have on our neighborhoods with this legislation, and we look forward to getting this to help with the illegal dumping initiative of the mayor's office to really get this thing to where we know we need our neighborhoods and appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Take the liberty of asking about, what this means, as it stood prior to this. Your solid waste inspectors couldn't do as much as what they're going to be able to do afterwards. It just gets some more people on the street to really help to combat this issue.
Yeah, so previously these prohibitive acts, while they were prohibited by our code, there was no enforcement angle to it. So you couldn't do it, but there was nothing we could do to you if you actually did those. So we could only do criminal acts under the Ohio Revised Code. So a lot of what is in this code now gives us the legal authority, the civil violations, to actually do the enforcement. What that'll allow us to do is we went from 1 solid waste inspector to 3, and now we're at 5 solid waste investigators that we've changed to, who will be able to go out and do that enforcement and start to hold the people that are accountable for these illegal dumpings and the littering that's occurring. So this legislation will allow us to do that, and we can then start working hand in hand with code enforcement to really go after some of the problematic areas of the city, make sure we can get this taken care of and clean up our neighborhoods.
Yeah, thank you. I'm particularly excited with our efforts earlier with the contract to do a Cleaner Columbus initiative, and then with this, we're really making some strides, but we all know there's a lot of work to be done. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? I just want to take one last moment to again thank Tim Swager, Director Gallagher, certainly Nia Walters within our Legislative Research Department, Matt Erickson, the Director, my team, Jeff Carter and Lucy Frank for all the work that they've put into this, and certainly all my colleagues' support. If there are no other questions or comments, I will move for passage.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Yes. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. Seeing no further business before council. I'm going to actually ask for a motion to recess. We're going to recess this meeting instead of adjourn it, just in case there was any actions that would need to call council back to order over break. And so thank you everyone for all of your hard work. May I have a motion to recess?
So moved. Second.
Please call the roll.
Councilman Dorans, favor, Remy Tyson, President Harden.
Council is recessed. We do have one speaker in person for non-agenda. Mr. Charles Rebel is in the chamber. He's coming up to the front. Charles, welcome back.